I will call the meeting to order. January. I will call the meeting to order of January 17th, 2023, occurring both in person and via Zoom. City Clerk Suzanne Guzetta, please take the roll.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lian.
Here.
Councilmember Pham.
Absent.
Mayor Montano.
Here. We're going to adjourn to closed session. City Attorney Mutalapasi, please brief the public on closed session items for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, we have 3 closed session items: conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation. This is Anil Kumar Bhatnagar versus the City of Salinas, Santa Clara Superior Court case number 20 CV 369408. Conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation, County Sanitation District 2-3 et al. Versus City of San Jose et al. This is the Santa Clara Superior Court case number 18 CV 325480. And finally, conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation in the matter of Gene Smith versus the City of Milpitas. These are Workers' Comp Appeals Board numbers ADJ 9910 212, ADJ 1023-0698, ADJ number 1023-0699, and ADJ number 1241-0959.
Thank you, City Attorney. We'll go into closed session now. Meeting called to order 7:15. Okay. So City Attorney Mutalapasi, is there any report out from closed session? If you can please do that.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a report out on the third matter. The council unanimously authorized settlement in the matter of Gene Smith, ADJ number 9910212, in the amount of $40,000. The council unanimously authorized settlement in the matter of Gene Smith versus City of Milpitas, ADJ 102-30698, in the matter of $69,720. The council unanimously authorized settlement in the matter of Gene Smith versus the City of Milpitas, ADJ number 102-30699, in the matter of in the amount of $10,847.75, with $6,561.25 in attorney's fees. And the council unanimously authorized settlement in the matter of Gene Smith versus City of Milpitas, ADJ number 124-10959, in the matter of $50,000, with $2,218.75 in attorney's fees. That's all there is to report.
Thank you very much. Our City Attorney, Michael Mutalapasi. Thank you so much. Next, the Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight we have the honor of Councilman Lien to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone stand, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You may be seated, please. Next, we'll have the invocation to be led by Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. God, thank you for the men and women who serve our country in leadership roles and for their families. Please provide our leaders with reminders each day of why they decided to dedicate their lives to public service. And use that commitment to encourage them. Give them peace when their work takes them away from their families. We also pray specifically for the wives, husbands, and children of our leaders. We ask that you draw them near to them and give them the wisdom on how to best support one another while their loved ones is away from working. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. That was very beautiful. So next, we will have the proclamation. And if the council members who would like to join me on the podium, step down. I think, good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me? So we are going to create a proclamation, giving out proclamation on the third Monday in January, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, honors the American clergyman, activist, and civil rights movement leader. He is best known for his role in advancing civil rights, using nonviolent civil disobedience. His dreams of equality have helped shape our nation. Therefore, I, Carmen Montano, and on behalf of the City Council, proclaim January 16th, 2023 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Milpitas. And I would like to invite Robert to come up to give you this proclamation. and to say a few words about your organization and your name and so.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Thomas Patterson. I'm a representative. I'm the vice president of the Social Equity Initiative organization. We are a nonprofit here in the Valley that's focused on trying to rectify some of the social distance that exists between African American communities and those communities of the majority here in this area. We're primarily focused on trying to reach out to youth and underprivileged youth in the sense of trying to aid them with mentoring, guidance, general ideas around how to go about being successful. My wife and I met at Michigan State. We're both natives of Detroit, and we grew up in an underprivileged community. And we're fortunate enough to have good guidance to take us where we are today. So what we're trying to do with our organization is give back and hopefully help some of the youth here in the area achieve the same things we've managed to without all of the bumps and bruises we've managed to accumulate along the way. So I thank you for this award, and I thank you for the time. And I look forward to hopefully working with all of you going forward. Thank you.
I'm going to read this. I will read the proclamation. This, whereas the civil rights movement of the 1960s had profoundly impacted the course of American history and continues to shape the direction and debate of our society. And whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dreams of equality and achieving social change through nonviolence have helped shape our nation. And whereas we remember his legacy as an American hero and tireless social activist who called upon our nation to ensure equal justice under the law, upholding our founding principles which recognize individual rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas Dr. King encouraged Americans to come together regardless of age, race, or creed to strengthen their communities, alleviate poverty, and value the dignity and respect inherent in all people. And whereas through his example, Martin Luther King Jr. taught the values of courage, truth, justice, compassion, dignity, humility, service, and brotherhood. And whereas, as we look forward to the future of optimism, inspired by Dr. King's legacy and informed by his wisdom and vision, let us rededicate ourselves in keeping his dream alive and be reminded that we are united together as one community. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Carmen Montano, and on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, do hereby recognize January 16, 2023 in Milpitas as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And here we go. Thank you so much for that. Me down. It's proclamation. So now let's move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Public forum will be limited to 1 minute because there are many people that are on the Zoom, from my understanding, from the city clerk. So I have one card here from someone that is here in the public. And this is Rob Means. Welcome, Rob Means.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's basically been about 3 years since I've addressed you in person. And so I'm bringing the most important message I can, which is that we have a climate crisis on our hands. I know that later on you're going to be addressing that issue via a local ordinance, reach codes. But I just want to emphasize that that is really just the start. We are in a really dire situation that's growing dramatically worse very fast, faster than the scientists had predicted. There's a, I was going to talk about the B-22, which is an iceberg down in the Antarctic, which has been corking up some glaciers that are going to cause our seas to rise. But let's not get into details. Just know that we have an extreme problem. We need big solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. So call for speakers on the council chamber. So we called Rob Means, and now we'll call you on the Zoom. 1 minute. Oh, yeah. Where is it at? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. There was another card under my sheet of paper. Okay, so we have Inderjit. Would you please come up to the podium? Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, city staff, and my community members. I'm Inderjit Mundra, President of the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce. It is a great pleasure to see you here after all the very well-deserved success in the elections. We look forward to benefiting and enjoying very much the new future you will bring to Milpitas. I'm truly honored to see you all here. Thank you for this opportunity to provide information about the Chamber and the need for disbursement of ARPA funds. The Chamber has worked diligently during the pandemic to bring forth several significant events in 2022 to the Milpitas community, which were positively influenced by input from the city. Last year, there was the business seminars in partnership with NOVA. There was the crab feed in Milpitas Community Center with the highest turnout ever. We brought the crab feed into Milpitas from San Jose. We did the job fair in our own Milpitas Community Center. And then there was the awards banquet. And we look forward so we can effectively release the ARPA funds.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have, we're going to call speakers from the Zoom. City Clerk, can you call them by name? First one. Thank you.
It also appears that we have Voltaire in the office, in the audience.
Oh, I didn't see it, Voltaire. You didn't fill out a card, but that's okay. Go ahead.
I did not submit.
Welcome, Voltaire.
Thank you to all. Yeah, I scribbled my writing just a while ago. I wish 2 minutes, but greetings, happy Lunar New Year, happy MLK celebrations. There's a big bridge in LA, Martin Luther Bridge or overpasses. Everybody in all nationalities are my friends. Not to mention George Moses and Jim Clitching of Milpitas, of dark colors. They're good friends of mine. I'm a friend of everybody in all the nationalities in the world. I remember last meeting, we have an agenda. This is just, for me, if I am assigned, because it should be assigned by somebody, I find the word NAX. Open, key NA, say key S, close. I will strive to find an action, the easy way to make my job easier. So in other words, eventually I'll do my best. Oh, time over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there another speaker? Oh. Give your card to the clerk and then I can announce your name. Oh, okay. It's for this, so this is for an agenda item, so we will wait till the item comes up. Thank you very much. Okay, now moving on to the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have our city attorney, Michael Mutalapasi, if you will.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. I can go ahead and call roll. Councilmember Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
And Mayor.
None.
Let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts. I also ask you, Mayor, and the members of the Milpitas City Council, please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
None.
Vice Mayor Chua,
None.
Councilmember Leon,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
None.
Mayor Montano,
I have received from the Santa Clara County Real Estate Board Association the amount of $250 for my campaign. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to report that or not, so I'll ask the city attorney.
Mayor, I'm not sure that they qualify as one of the people entering into contracts
Oh, it's not a contract.
or
It's just-
development project. On tonight's agenda, they have made certain,
So this was for a campaign contribution.
Sure.
Did I?
they have made certain comments towards one of the items that we have on for public hearing.
Right.
And I would advise you to consider whether you can be impartial on that. before
Okay,
vote
you
on
can
it.
let me know when the time comes. Thank you. Thank you very much, City Attorney. So now we will be reading the Council Code of Conduct, and we will have the honor of Councilmember Han Lin to read the Code of Conduct.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct, be respectful and courteous, that's with words, tone, and body language. Modest civility, avoid surprises, praise publicly, and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the City Council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lin. Okay, now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any of my colleagues have any changes for the agenda? If not, I would call for the motion.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? So it was moved by Councilmember Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
We're calling for the vote.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leon,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, with that is unanimous. So the approval agenda has been approved. Next, we'll take the consent calendar. So I'm asking anyone on the console, do you have anything to remove or are you fine with the way it is?
I'd like to add item 14 onto consent calendar.
Which, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'd like to add item 14 onto consent calendar.
I will second that.
So this was, we're going to call for the vote.
Discussion.
Yeah, well, discussion. Yep.
Mm.
Yeah.
I would like this discuss item 14.
Sorry to interject, but before you move forward, I don't believe that Government Code Section 752256 will allow you to add that item to the agenda. I believe in order to waive the 180-day waiting period, you'll have to hear that on the regular discussion calendar.
Okay, so noted. That's fine.
Okay, so it's been resolved. It'll stay on the agenda. On the consent, on the agenda. 14, anyone else for the consent? Councilmember, Vice Mayor Chua, sorry.
I'd like to pull for discussion C9, please.
C9 will be pulled. Is there anyone else that would like to pull an item on the consent calendar? With
Seeing
that,
none, I would like to move approval of consent calendar with C9 being approved. Full.
okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
It's seconded by Barbadillo.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Liang,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
I would like, actually, I'm sorry, I was wanting to pull one item as well, and you can bear with me. It was the, I think it was item number 9. No, that was the one that Councilmember Chua. There was a. No, it was the, it was the one with the asking for to hire someone for the zoning, was it? Was that the one you pulled out? Okay, never mind. That's the one that I wanted. That's the one that I wanted. I'm sorry about that. Okay.
Mayor Montano. Aye.
Yeah, aye.
Thank you.
On to call for the public comment. Is that the one? Bear with me, I'm still learning this. Number 12, I'm sorry. Okay, now moving on to number 12, which is public hearings. Conduct a public hearing and adopt ordinance number 65.153, adopting by reference the 2022 California Energy Code, and adopt ordinance number 65.154, adopting the reference the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code with amendments. So we can have Bill Tott is the staff member that is going to make the presentation.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. So we have before you item 12, public hearing ordinance for California Energy Code, Green Building Code adoption with amendments. Those would be the REACH codes. Next slide. So just to recap real quick, REACH codes, what are they? They're really local enhancements to the state code requirements, which is the Green Building and Energy Code. And the idea is to accelerate reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and carbon footprint. Our proposed REACH codes address 2 key climate action plan update strategies, building electrification to reduce methane gas associated emissions and electric vehicle charging readiness. Next slide. So the applicability for our proposed codes is for new construction only. There's some qualifying alteration projects, which if you'd like to discuss later, we can certainly pull up. I have some backup slides from our previous presentation in October. They're pretty minimal, but it's essentially, these are for new construction. Some requirements for existing parking upgrades that if you have a permit involved. Next slide. So the summary, of course, of benefits, you have safer and healthier homes. There's been a lot of stuff in the news media lately about gas appliances inside and the effect it has on children's development. Advance the city's adopted climate goals, facilitate greater EV adoption, and of course, being fiscally prudent. It's really a lot more cost effective, obviously, to address this at new construction as opposed to later having to retrofit existing. Next slide. So going back to the October 18th first reading, there were 4 specific concerns developed by council that we're going to address here real quickly in this overview. So you see the first one is the impact on the grid, economic impacts on the housing market, affordable multifamily residents who can't possibly afford EVs, and possible incentives available for electric vehicles. Let me pause for a moment to say on hand we have as panelists 2 people from SVCE and 2 people from PG&E available to help answer questions later. Next slide. So addressing question 1, this is from the CEC and PG&E, the state forecast, really just about a 1% growth in load per year, even given the increase in electrification expected to meet the mandates put down initially by SB 100 by then Governor Brown. The all-electric reach codes for new construction with solar PV battery backup will certainly lessen the demand at critical times of the day when the use is highest, and will significantly lessen the impact on the grid. Many of the major stresses on the grid actually are caused by the very thing we're trying to get rid of, which is the use of fossil fuels. So burning fossil fuels, of course, has greatly accelerated global warming and a significant cause of these grid alerts that we see happening from overheated electrical infrastructure. Next slide, please. Here we have a table, and this comes directly from a cost effectiveness study. So just kind of cutting to the chase here, you can see that looking at that benefit cost ratio column, anything that's 1 or greater, this ratio indicates that it's cost effective. And you can see down the line of types of occupancies, single family, ADU, et cetera, that some of them are pretty significant savings when you look at construction cost savings versus mixed fuel. And that really comes from, most of this savings comes from the fact you don't have to put in any gas infrastructure. So these are born out of, this table is right from a cost effectiveness study, excuse me, for these various occupancies here in Milpitas. In fact, this is climate zone 4 we're in. So the single family, for instance, example on this table is pretty factual. So this is taken for climate zone 4, specific to Milpitas. Next slide. So getting to question 3 about residents' affordability for EV and why are we requiring affordable multifamily to install EV chargers? Let me first say that regardless of whether or not we have reach codes, the base code, meaning the green building standards, will still require, whether it's enhanced by an example of what we're doing here with the reach code. So you still have the requirements anyway for affordable and market rate. So in this table we have, which again is based on EV infrastructure cost analysis reports from 2019. And you can see the different building types, and you have market rate and affordable housing, new versus retrofit. And clearly we can see that generally speaking, it's 3.5 to 4 times less expensive to put it in while you're building it new than trying to retrofit it later. Next slide. So continuing on with the bullet points to respond to question 3. Now the California law has nearly all new vehicles sold in 2035, which is just 12 years away, be electric vehicles, and multifamily, knowing multifamily buildings really have a life expectancy, any large building like that, of about 50 years, which means that these residents, whether they're low income or not, the majority of the life of the building, they'll predominantly probably be driving EVs, electric vehicles. And toward that end, SVCE, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, has stepped up, and they will provide a subsidy to offset costs for low and very low income developments built during this building code cycle. Next slide. So in addressing item 4, incentives available, you can see there's 3 that are bullet pointed here. There's others as well, but these are kind of the top of the list. The California Clean Vehicle Rebate Project speaks directly to low-income applicants for eligibility for higher incentives. The Clean Vehicle Credit Program, it's a federal tax credit program. Again, if you, given your status as far as income, you would qualify more for the maximum amount. And again, SVCE has this wonderful EV assistant tool, which you can go on, and it'll provide you a personalized list of incentives for to kind of craft it to whatever it is you're looking for. Is it a new? Is it a used EV? And other parameters like that. Next slide. So toward the end of the presentation here, we have our recommendations to the council to open the public hearing and hear the testimony, and move to close the hearing and waive the second reading and adopt ordinance 65.153 for the energy code and 65.154 for the Green Building Standards Code, which has the amendments which we're referring to now as the REACH codes. And next slide. So this is end of our presentation. Again, I have 4 panelists standing by to help assist in answering any questions you may have, 2 from PG&E and 2 others from Silicon Valley Clean Energy.
Thank you very much, Bill Todd, one of our staff members. So now we're going to open the public hearing. So, City Clerk.
The first speaker is Rob Beans. The next speaker after that will be Linda Hutchin-Knowles. And after that, we will have Patty Sexton.
Okay, open the public hearing to 1 minute.
I do not see Rob Beans, so the next speaker to call is Linda Hutchins-Knowles, and then followed by Patty Sexton.
Good evening, Mayor Montano, council members. My name is Linda Hutchins-Knowles. I'm speaking here tonight with 2 hats or 2 shirts, Actera and Mothers Out Front. As a mother, my first priority is the safety and health of my children and all children. And to that end, I ask you to please support the original versions of the REACH codes that were presented on October 18. Your leadership in the city has been commendable. The climate action plan is excellent. And the top 2 sources of greenhouse gas emissions are cars and buildings. So for the EVs, I wanted to reassure you that low-income families can access EVs through the rebates that Mr. Todd presented. Actera has workshops in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese to help residents access these very generous rebates that can lower the cost to purchase a new or used EV below $10,000. So the problem with getting access is not the cost, it's the charging. By approving the charging REACH code, you will help give access.
Thank you very much. Your minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I spoke on the EV REACH code. May I have a chance to speak on the all electric building part of the REACH code?
Thank you. We have 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back for that one.
Good evening, Mayor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Montano, Vice Mayor Chua, council members.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Can you hear me now?
There, yes.
My name is Patty Sexton, and I've been a longtime Milpitas resident. I'm also the chairperson of the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission. Thank you very much for appointing me to that commission. I would like to encourage you to support the REACH codes that have been presented to you previously and in the format that they were presented to you in November. So the really important thing to remove natural gas from our homes, very importantly, is gas cooking, because studies have shown that using natural gas to cook in homes are resulting in children being 42% more likely to have asthma than in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Mr. Montemayor?
Thank you. I'm not philosophical. Are we ready yet? In other words, there's still a little bit of question in my mind, eventually and during the transition. I can see probable problems. Do we have enough source for the AV like solar, windmills to the capacitor, hydrothermal. And then we need, anyway, it's raining now for the hydraulic process of the electricity. So for now, there's no problem with the hydraulic. Eventually, though, we may have problems on the batteries. Sometimes they are corrosive, and the keeping away, the putting away of these volumes of batteries eventually is a problem in my mind. But I'm not questioning. I'm for green. The word greenhouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else from the public?
The next name is Esther Dong. Okay. And
She
this will
will-
be read into the record by Linda Hutchins Knowles.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Esther Duong. She's a Milpitas resident and a student at UC Davis. She couldn't call in tonight. She writes, please consider approving the original versions of both the all-electric building reach code ordinance and the EV charging reach code ordinance presented by staff at the October 18th City Council meeting. I support these ordinances because climate change is a living problem for everyone, and the consequences are already happening in the world, in California, and even in Milpitas. I wish for you to join us in this fight by supporting the original versions of the all-electric building reach codes and the EV charging reach code ordinance. Decarbonization and more reliance on renewable energy powered electricity are essential to ensuring an environmentally and socially just community. I will be the younger generation that will bear the greatest burdens from the ongoing climate crisis. Please support me and my generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, may I ask permission to give a 1-minute comment related to the all-electric building one? Because there's 2 reach codes and it's very hard to give 2 comments in 30
I'm sorry
seconds.
that we're limited to 1 minute
You
because we
don't-
have a lot of other people on Zoom that are be joining in. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, if Zoom,
Yes, the first speaker is Jared Johnson.
welcome, Jared.
Welcome. Thank you for inviting me. I'm a Bay Area resident and senior policy manager for Altera. On behalf of my organization, I want to thank you for taking up these reach codes, and I urge this council to adopt these new building codes tonight. I also wanted to speak on concerning news that folks may be considering exemptions for distributed energy resources. And just to speak on that particular point, DER exemptions could unfortunately lead to soon-to-be stranded assets to be used in Milpitas. While titled as clean energy, fuel cells that run on natural gas use that fossil gas 24 hours a day, 7 days per week, 365 days a year, utilizing large amounts of energy. Additionally, Milpitas should avoid adding a last-minute exemption to staff's well-thought-out and well-vetted reach codes. This would force, an exemption would force council to make a decision without full knowledge of the impact.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next.
The next speaker is Jenny Green.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jenny Green, and I'm a volunteer with Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley. We're a group of mothers in the South Bay who are trying to get local governments to take action to preserve a livable climate for our children. And I'm here tonight to say, please vote for the REACH code the way you passed it in October, with the addition of the extra charging for the EV charging for the multifamily units. And please do not make an exemption for distributed energy resources, also known as gas-powered fuel cells. There's one company, Bloom Energy, and I've been volunteering for Mothers Out Front for several years, and I've seen them do this before. They come in at the last minute. They say that their product is green, but it's not. It runs on methane gas. They come in at the last minute so that you don't have time to really research it, but they are a fossil fuel company. Please do not make a special exemption for them. The REACH code is great the way you have it. And if one business needs an exemption, they can apply for it, but don't make a blanket exemption for DER. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
The next speaker is Robert Whitehair.
Welcome, Robert.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here on behalf of San Mateo Climate Action Team and Elders Action Network. Thank you for allowing a visitor from another city to make a comment tonight. This is a regional issue. That's why we're working together to make all homes electric, both new construction and other. You will hear lots of promises made by the Bloom Energy folks that energy is clean. It is not. There is no source of green hydrogen at this time. It exists only in somebody's imagination. The only source of hydrogen at this point is fossil fuel. It will continue to be from fossil fuel. So if you give the Bloom Company the exemption they are seeking, you're continuing the use of a harmful fossil fuel. Please do not give that exemption. Please adopt the original version of your REACH code for new construction. And thank you for your leadership in doing that.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Satvika Iyer.
Welcome. Please proceed.
Hello. I'm a Milpitas resident and a junior at Milpitas High School. I'm here on behalf of the future Milpitas and I want to express strong support for all electric building and electric charging REACH codes to pass with no exemptions, particularly no exemptions for distributing energy sources in the form of natural gas. This would adhere to the goals of an all-electric REACH code. Gas-powered fuel cells perpetuate the use of natural fossil gas, which is extracted and refined primarily in low-income communities and communities of color. This is not something that we should get into Milpitas. There's also an issue of drastic unintended consequences when you put a blanket exemption like what Bloom Energy is referring to. It would allow all combined heat power systems, including cogen and trigen systems, which use fossil fuels and generate large amounts of greenhouse gases, to be allowed in Milpitas. This would subvert the very purpose of an all-electric REACH code. So now it's not the time to go backwards. So please consider passing with no exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next public speaker is Sean Armstrong.
Welcome, Sean.
Thank you, council members. I'm Sean Armstrong of Redwood Energy. My company has helped design 400 all-electric subdivisions and apartment complexes and another 400 small office buildings. They lower construction costs and they speed construction timelines. In affordable housing, the EV chargers range from the 40% code minimum right now, but multiple developers are now offering 100% EV charging parking spaces because the nonprofit developers want to lower tenant driving costs. And currently driving an EV cuts the bills by half to 4/5. So that's why we're seeing affordable housing developers on purpose wire all the parking spaces. So finally, I'd like to ask that you please don't offer any exceptions. The methane that leaks from a gas meter is 1%. It's got a pressure regulating valve, which leaks at 1%. And the greenhouse gas impact of just 1% is equal to the CO2 that is being burnt hypothetically. Just 1% of greenhouse gas, because it has a GHG impact of 100 over 10 years, once again, is equal to 99 units of burnt methane. So that there's no space for even hookups. Just the hookup is an environmental disaster. So please pass your ordinance with no exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next is Julia Zeitlin.
Welcome, Julia.
Good evening, council members. I hope you are doing well. My name is Julia Zeitlin, and I am a co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC, and I'm a Bay Area resident. I'm a junior in high school and very worried about the future of our planet. I would like to express my support and excitement about the all-electric building and EV charging access REACH codes that were brought to council by staff in 2022. I'm here tonight to urge you, the council, to approve these progressive REACH codes and adopt the original versions of them without any exemptions or changes to definitions. It is vital that we do not allow outside influences to make the city's decisions less impactful and less meaningful. You have an incredible opportunity to take a stand and make a statement as a city that you are embarking on a new path towards a truly sustainable future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next is Allison McDonald.
Welcome, Allison.
Thank you, Mayor Montano and members of City Council. I'm glad that you're looking at this issue tonight, and I would urge you to pass both proposed REACH codes, the one to require all electric new construction and the other to expand access to EV charging in newly built apartments and condos. Climate change is a matter of extreme weather. We've been experiencing over the last couple of years in Milpitas We've experienced the smoke from nearby wildfires that made it impossible to be outdoors to do much of anything. We've experienced some periods of historically high temperatures that also were threatened people's health. And recently we've experienced the getting so much rainfall over a short period of time that we would normally get over a matter of months, causing havoc.
Thank you very much.
Please pass these codes to protect our health and future. Thank you.
Next is Moria Merriweather.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here along with Mothers Out Front to ask you to approve without modification the proposed REACH code ordinance, which was originally presented by staff on October the 18th. We understand that Bloom Energy has requested a change to the definition of an all-electric building to allow having gas pipelines on the property. This is not an exemption, it's a change of definition. Let us understand that fuel cells sit outside of a building like an air conditioner does. So this change in definition would mean that Bloom Energy would get to continue to sell their fuel cells, which use fossil gas. We bring to your attention that these fuel cells are powered with fossil gas. They generate enormous amounts of greenhouse gas emissions. They're typically used by large facilities and they run 24/7, 365 days a year. They do not just provide backup power when the grid is down. While the buildings would be called all electric, Bloom would still be able to go on selling fossil fuel gas fuel cells. We urge you not to water down your REACH code by allowing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next.
The next speaker is Huai An Trong.
Welcome.
I'm with Mothers Out Front. There is a 30-year lag between the time that greenhouse gases are emitted and when the effects are felt. The catastrophic atmospheric rivers, floods, wildfires, and drought we experience today are largely due to emissions from 30 years ago. Please approve the same version of the REACH codes as presented by staff on October 18th with no allowances for natural gas infrastructure in any type of new construction inside the building or out. Bloom Energy cells rely heavily on natural gas containing methane, which is up to 84 times more potent a greenhouse gas than CO2. Resist any pressure from Bloom Energy or anyone else to change the wording. Bloom Energy claims in the future it can reuse natural gas infrastructure for hydrogen energy to power its fuel cells. However, hydrogen is highly corrosive to the pipes and would require ever more costly system-wide upgrades. As Forbes has noted, Bloom technology is too dirty.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next.
The next speaker is Brigitte Racine.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Brigitte, and I'm a resident of Sunnyvale. I'm a Tesla owner. I belong to the Tesla Owners of Silicon Valley Club. Some of us live in multifamily housing. There are a lot of Teslas here in this particular community. Our problem is that, for example, I have a detached garage with one outlet that's in the ceiling. That is not helpful to us. You can't exactly climb up to the ceiling and plug your car in. And so we are advocating for all cities, not just Sunnyvale and not just Milpitas, to support the kind of REACH codes that you are voting for. And that's why I'm calling in, because I want to support all cities to support this kind of EV charging and give equal access to all multifamily housing communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next.
The next speaker is Enrique Navarro.
Welcome, Enrique.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Enrique Navarro with the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors Government Affairs Associate. We're just encouraging you not to impose any electrification mandates, but rather allow home purchasers and renters and home producers to construct and purchase housing or rent housing that meets their needs, their energy needs, and their budget. Not imposing a REACH code doesn't prohibit any developer from producing all electric housing if that's what is desired by the public and was economically feasible. But if that is such the case, people will purchase whatever housing meets their needs. And we're simply encouraging you to allow for the free market option. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Enrique.
Next speaker is Felix Mbuga.
Welcome, Felix.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I am a Milpitas resident, and I was appointed to the Milpitas Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission last year. So thank you for letting me serve my neighbors. We've heard from the presentation today how going all electric will save us money. Going all electric will make our homes healthier. But I just wanted to emphasize again the moral argument. As you've heard, what we're doing today, the emissions that we make today will be affecting our kids and their kids years from now. So as you make your decision, please keep this in mind. So reject any fossil fuel company arguments and consider the future of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
The next speaker is Lillian Koenig.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm trying to, hello?
Yes, we can.
Oh, well, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. I happen to live in San Jose, in District 3. I'm only maybe 20 minutes away. I usually go into Milpitas to the Great Mall, but when I heard that last gentleman speak about free market options, maybe that was 30 years ago. But today, Milpitas is a forward-looking city. When these individuals are calling in the Tesla person and the mothers and the students, they are asking you to look at climate change and stating, we are not just dealing with free market options. Maybe 30 years ago that was viable, but Milpitas should look at how do you save your environment for the future generations? And one of those is not to continue in the old ways, but to go forward with the new ways and make those changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next, we have Dashel Leeds.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Dashel Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I want to urge you to adopt this REACH code without modifications that would weaken the REACH code at all. I want to particularly touch on gas fuel cells here. This is technology that operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on a constant supply of fossil gas, producing tremendous amounts of emissions. When we did the back of the napkin math for what a single gas fuel cell in San Jose would cost the city in terms of emissions, just one fuel cell annually could produce the emissions of over 400 buildings. And I think the way the math works out for Milpitas is if you install just one gas fuel cell, you'd have to electrify over 1,000 other buildings to recoup those emissions. So if Milpitas is serious about climate change, we cannot be building new gas fuel cells. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
We have one final speaker in the chamber, and that is Rob Means.
Welcome, Mr. Means.
I'm also here to support passage of the ordinance as written and not be dissuaded by the special interest groups that are looking for the holes to be punched in it. My experience of staff generally has been that they're conservative when they come to council with their positions. They're not really trying to push the envelope. So I guess that job falls to me. This is a good start, but we're talking about homes that are being built now and into the future. We're not even talking about all the homes that are already out there, like mine, that were built with gas to do all these different appliances. I have made the investment to cut off my gas line by going all electric, but it is a significant investment. And if our city is going to help our other residents make that conversion, they're going to have to help make that conversion.
Very much. Thank you.
One final speaker on Zoom, that is Mel V.
Welcome, Mel.
evening, council members and Mayor Montano. My name is Mel Vieira. I'm a San Jose State student in environmental planning, and I would like to applaud your adoption of the REACH codes as they were presented by staff on October 18th, 2022. I think it's a wonderful thing that Milpitas is looking forward to make the city more resilient in the face of climate change, and not allowing gas infrastructure as one of the key ways you can do that moving forward. I speak as a mother and also as a builder. I've built many homes in this Bay Area, and I can tell you the costs presented in presentation were absolutely correct. It's far more expensive to go back and retrofit. I think adopting the REACH codes unadulterated as they were presented is the right thing to do for Milpitas and for the entire Bay Area, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much, Mel. Clerk, is there any more?
That was the last speaker.
Thank you very much. So now we are going to close the public hearing and move on to council discussion on this item. I know this is a very in-depth discussion, and I'm sure that we have many council members here that would like to ask questions and make comments. So it is open to council members. Councilmember Anthony Fan.
Sure. I have a question for staff on page 110 of the agenda packet regarding new construction and qualifying alteration projects. It says here in the proposed ordinance that alterations that include replacement or addition of over 50% of the existing foundation for purposes other than a repair or reinforcement, that more or less would be required to be all electric. Can you clarify this section?
Sure, absolutely. First of all, let me start by saying this is for non-residential occupancies. It's directed at that. So if I'll give you kind of a comparative right now in the city of Milpitas, like other jurisdictions have, we've had instances where somebody who's going to remodel their single family home, for instance, and have decided along the way that, wow, this is great. I've got a new canvas to work with here. So as they're tearing down walls, opening walls up, and they're realizing, why don't we just take this, this, and this out? And then all of a sudden there's nothing left other than a raised platform. So we have an ordinance. It's not an ordinance, actually, it's a policy that was driven by the need for sprinklers. So if you get to a point where you've essentially taken the old house away, then it's considered new construction. And we have a policy to that effect where then you have to have sprinklers when you rebuild. So kind of similarly, if you have a non-residential building and you take away 50% or more of the existing foundation and framing, then that would be considered as a new project. It would be considered new construction. Or if you've added on more than 50% of the existing area of the foundation, it's so extensive it would be considered as new construction. So the REACH codes would apply at that point. Hopefully that answers your question.
You said that this would be for non-residential?
Correct. Yeah, it's only for non-residential or construction. Yeah.
So the exceptions that follows in the packet mentions multifamily residential building projects. Can you clarify how that would pertain to to this specifically?
Yeah,
it's non.
I don't think that's
residential.
applicable, as I recall. It's just for non-residential. So this is in fact, if you don't mind, if IT can pull up, let me see. We have slides 19 and 20. Let me see, 17 and 18 in our backup slides. Is that possible to pull those up quickly? 17, a backup slide. Okay, so here's all electric. This is main requirements and exceptions. This is residential. And you see the exceptions, multifamily. If you have entitlements before the effective date of the adopted codes, of course, you know, you may install fuel gas for water heating systems. That's one exception. If there is not an all-electric prescriptive path under the California Building Energy Efficiency Standard, the city may grant amount of modifications. So this is for residential. So if we go to the next slide. So this is non-res. And then this is where we have the non-residential mandatory alterations that include replacement or addition of over 50% of foundation or 50% of existing framing is removed and replaced. So it's not applicable to residential. This is under a different chapter. So I hope that helps clarify that.
I would be more comfortable if that was codified.
Well, it is in the code. It's in our proposed ordinance.
It's unclear though whether or not this requirement would be applicable to non-residential or multi family.
So which code, if I can interject, which code is that?
Well, this is our all electric reach code proposed. So in the ordinance,
it's 4.106.5.1.
Well, this is chapter 5. So you're looking at the ordinance itself then? Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that section, that is not residential, is it?
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
In the exceptions part right there, it says multifamily residential building projects. So that's what's not explicit for.
Well, I don't have, unfortunately, the ordinance in front of me. Apology for that, but chapter 5 in the green building is non-res. Chapter 4, if we go back to the previous slide, if we can. So chapter 4 is residential and chapter 5 is non-res. And those are the only two exceptions under residential. And it's chapter 4. So I'd have to, again, I don't have the benefit of having the ordinance in front of me, but this is directly from the ordinance. That section that you referred to, though, what does it say?
No, I see that part. Yeah, and that's what I'm having trouble distinguishing, whether or not it applies to multifamily residential building.
Oh, got it. Yeah. I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, so it is there for residential as well. So that would be, you're correct. Thank you, Council Member Fan. I hadn't looked at this for a while, so fuzzy memory. But it's right there. So we have alterations include replacement or addition of over 50% of foundation. So that's correct. So this is for residential as well. And what are the odds of that? This is kind of an outlier, but again, in the spirit of trying to capture things that we felt were within the confines of being not so much aggressive, but forward thinking, like some of the people expressed to go forward, that we decided this might be something that would help, because when you start tearing down a building and you get to a point where it's really, you have over 50% of it removed, then the idea is, okay, here's an opportunity then to have the REACH code come into play. Similar to what we did with sprinklers for a home a residence that's substantially removed to a point where it's really considered new construction. So
Okay.
sorry about the confusion, but you're correct. This is both residential and non-res.
Yeah, I think that changes the conversation a little bit. Had it been simply non-residential, I would be more enthusiastic about. But that element, particularly to a multifamily residential building projects,
I would
yeah,
I would think that would be extremely rare. A multifamily building that would be taken down to that extent or added on to that extent. But if you don't mind, I've got Farhad Faramond here, who is a consultant to SVCE, if he can ring in and help provide an answer to your question. Farhad, are you available?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Council. This is Farhad with TRC on behalf of SVCE, and Zoe is with SVCE is here tonight as well. Council member, we added this provision because we needed to define somewhere a minimum threshold above which new construction would be qualified. This definition is used by several jurisdictions around the Bay Area. It was the best definition we came across for the last 2 or 3 years that is reasonable, that was determined to be reasonable by several various building officials across the Bay Area. And as Bill mentioned, it is quite rare to get down to this level where you're removing over half of the structural framing, not just the interior walls. This is not an interior renovation. This is you're removing structural exterior walls, and essentially the roof needs to come off the building. Or same with the foundation. So these are major alterations that you're going to capitalize on this opportunity when they're replacing systems that they qualify, and they are replacing those with a system that's not going to be defunct, or a stranded asset. It's a appliance that's going to be compliant with all the state provisions for the next 30 years, rather than a poor investment at that time. I hope this helps a bit.
I get that this may be perceived as an outlier, but I don't think it's that actually uncommon for these situations to occur. It kind of sends conflicting messages when, on one hand, we will have incentives for folks to increase density to alleviate the housing crisis, while at the same time imposing this on multifamily residential projects. That cost is going to come from somewhere, and and I'll tell you where that somewhere is. It's going to be passed on to the tenants. So how do we address that? Is the city going to subsidize that? Is the state going to subsidize that? If we are, then yeah, I'd be for it. But at the end of the day, for me, making the cost of living more affordable, is important, if not more so important, than this ordinance. So it's very conflicting for me. The other,
Councilmember
yeah,
Ben, can you come back and then so we can have other council members to have an opportunity?
I have more
I know, that's
questions,
why.
but yeah,
Okay, they've been waiting patiently. Councilmember Vice Mayor Chua. We'll come back to you.
Thank you,
next.
Mayor. Bill or Rod or Had or Elaine. I have kind of have the same question, but it's been answered already. But I want to focus on exceptions on page 8 of Ordinance 65.154. It's really the 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th paragraph, number 2. And you have it on your slide anyway. Do we know? It says if the applicant establishes, these are exceptions to the multifamily residential buildings. Do we know? It says here, if the applicant establishes that there is not an all-elective prescriptive compliance pathway for the building system under the California Building and Energy Efficiency Standards, and the building is not able to achieve the performance compliance standard applicable to the building under the energy efficiency standards using commercially available technology and an approved calculation method, then the local enforcing agency may grant a modification. Can you elaborate on this real quickly, please?
Farhad, could you pick
Yes.
up on that? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. The origin of this exception came from the previous code cycle, where at that time, when Berkeley adopted their first gas ban, there was not a energy code pathway for central hot water systems in multifamily buildings. And they did not want to prevent multifamily buildings from getting built. So they want to exempt that system type. Since then, and in response to the REACH codes that have been passed by jurisdictions, the California Energy Commission has created these particular pathways after a lot of research and created several design developer resources in order to be able to comply and design these systems efficiently. In practicality, this exemption should not apply to any residential buildings because all residential buildings will not have exceptionally complex building systems, and they all have prescriptive pathways in the energy code. It is left in there as kind of a just in case unforeseen circumstances if Bill needs some flexibility, if the building official needs some flexibility. It is more applicable, it is replicated and is more applicable in the non-residential section for more complex system types.
That's good. Thank you so much. That explains it. Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chua. Anyone else would like to speak on this item? Anyone else? Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. My question is, so looks like to me that we're just adapting by reference to California codes. So my question is, can the staff identify specific provisions outside of the California code that specifically inputted in this ordinance that caters for Milpitas?
Well, what you see on the ordinances for the green building code include the REACH codes, the amendments. Sorry for any confusion. We have two ordinances here tonight. One is the energy code, one is the green building. And so this is born out of the last time we went to council in 2019 and got approval for the REACH codes, our initial effort. We separated out the energy and the building codes, the green building codes, because we had both of them with amendments. So going forward, the decision was made that instead of, say, for instance, later we wanted to modify or adopt some efficiency standards for the energy code, we wouldn't have to go back and then reintroduce and adopt an ordinance that included all of the rest of the codes. So if you look at all the other Title 24 codes that were adopted on December 6th, other than the energy and the green building, if we had bundled that together with the rest of those codes, it would have been a lot more cumbersome. And there was an anticipation that that might happen coming up in the next 3 years of this code cycle, that we might, there might be the political will to revisit and look at modifying and improving the what they call efficiency standards, which are in the energy code. Green building code really is for site development. So there aren't efficiency standards. And what are those? Like, we don't have any provisions for increased solar PV or storage of energy, basically batteries. So if we did have that, then we would have an amendment in the energy code, because that's where that resides. You'd have all of your energy efficiency modifications or reach codes there. But in the green building code, where EV charging has resided since the green building code came into being, that's number one. Number two, if you look at those two titles, chapter 4 and 5 in the green building code, one is for residential, one is for non-res. And so that's site development. So you can say, Mr. Developer, per the green building code, it has to be all electric for this occupancy now. And because there aren't any upgrades or requirements for enhanced or improved efficiencies, like I said, like storage and battery storage and solar PV as two examples. I don't know if that answers your question. Hopefully I got a little convoluted maybe there, but.
You were.
Okay.
I did not misunderstand that there's two codes.
Okay,
And,
thanks.
you did not get my question. My question is, these two codes, the green building and
energy.
Check my notes. So the California 2022 California Energy Code, which we are adopting by reference, and the second code is the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code, which we are adopting by reference. My question is, so we adopted this from state legislation. My inquiry is about what provisions did we put in to cater specifically for Milpitas? That's the question. And if there are indeed additions to what we had adopted from the state law, what are the basis of it?
Well, again, under the green building code, we'll focus on that, because the energy code does not have any amendments, but it was bundled together with the green building, similar to what we did before. So as a convenience, but focusing on the green building code, where all of these amendments, which AKA are reach codes, reside in the green building code. So you have your base green building code, and then amended to that is what we're talking about tonight with our proposed reach codes for all electric and for EV, enhanced EV infrastructure. I don't know what else
if I can I add one more detail here, please?
Yes.
Yeah, all of what you see under the green building code, it's mostly additions or slight amendments. We don't have in this format, there's not a marked up version, but we can certainly share one. Most of what you will see are going to be Milpitas specific amendments and revisions. On the bases are the express findings, which are the climatic, geological, topographical conditions under Exhibit A, as noted under Section 4 of this ordinance.
Can you give me an example that's Milpitas specific, as you said, based on the 4 factors you just mentioned?
Yes.
Let's say all over California, the city of Sunnyvale, they adopted the same reach code with regards to electrification of multifamily, let's assume that, right? And that is specific in the state legislation. Now, what have we included in this ordinance on the precepts of that general provision of the state legislation to cater for me? That's the question. Or we just copy pasted everything and let's see what happens next.
Well, when we say the ordinance requires all electric for all occupancies, then they refer to the energy code and they follow the requirements under the energy code to achieve that. And there's two different ways they can do that. Not to get too much into the weeds on this, but one's a performance based and the other is prescriptive based. So anyway, so they would just go to the energy code and okay, I have to have all electric now for my new single family home. So I go look at the energy code and look at the requirements there to make sure I'm in compliance when I build my all electric new single family home, for instance.
And the specific for Milpitas, or it's specific, I mean.
Well, it's specific to Milpitas in the sense of, you know, it would be all electric, which it is like with other jurisdictions. In fact, I can pull up, if you want a backup slide number 13, it's 2022 Reach Code summary of 14 jurisdictions in the county. And you can see where Milpitas lands relative to the others, if you like. So you can see the up arrows. This indicates strong improvement in Reach Code requirements compared to last cycle. So we've got Milpitas. This is effective. This was in December. So we had introduced all electric, which indicates a strong improvement over what we had before. And it falls in line with the majority of the other ones. If you count up the all electric that currently and recently enhanced and made stronger improvements, Campbell, Cupertino, Los Altos Hills, Oregon Hill, Mountain View, Santa Clara County Unincorporated, Sunnyvale. So that's, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Milpitas would be 8th. And then the rest of them are, with one outlier, which is Gilroy, are mostly electric. So we're marching along with our constituent, brother cities and county along this path to help the greenhouse gas reductions and help the climate change, kind of a response to what's going on with that. So I don't know if that helps, but to
Councilmember Barbadillo, if I may point you to your agenda packet at page 105, section 2, about halfway down, introduces those sections that are different from the model code,
right?
That are
That's what I
specific
meant.
to the city of Milpitas.
Okay,
So each of these things in section 2 are specific reach code amendments that the city staff is recommending at this time.
All right, so we have the general state legislation, and this particular section caters for what we believe Milpitas needs.
That's right.
All right. And the basis of this is the staff studies. And
all reach codes are based on either, and this is a better question for our building official. I believe they're based on climatic, geographic, or fire prevention requirements, but we should ask our building official to
So
make sure.
bottom line is we have specific provisions in these codes that we have adopted from state legislation to specifically serve Milpitas interests.
Well, at this time, we have not adopted the Green Building Code state legislation. That's before you today. And before you today is also the various
That's what I meant.
amendments that are specific.
When this council approves this, and this section 2 that you pointed out are the ones specific to cater for Milpitas on what we're adopting by reference as the energy code or the building.
That's right.
All right. So the next, thank you for that clarification. I think that's what I meant. So we have something, not just copy pasting from the state specific to Milpitas. The next question, will ADUs be part or be affected by this ordinance?
No, the ADUs are exempted from the reach codes. They are, of course, subject to the other base codes for energy code and the green building code. Yeah. So we did carve out, there is an exception for ADUs.
I want to clarify, Bill, if I may, that
Sure.
this is Farhad with SVC again. There are ADU exemptions applying in specific instances under the EV charging scenario.
Right.
Specifically on the building electrification, however, there's not an exemption for those.
So
And
they are
also-
under this ordinance.
for building
Also,
electric, yes.
Yeah, again, the base code for energy requires for single family homes, which a detached ADU is considered for solar. So those requirements, of course, would have to be met.
But I'll make it simple. I want to build a 500 square feet of ADU, and I want a gas furnace on it. Will I be covered?
Is this, well, is it detached, standalone building?
Let's say it's detached.
Detached, then the reach codes would be all electric, and you'd have solar based on the base code for energy, and then the reach code would require all electric.
All right.
Which all of them, frankly, in Milpitas, the majority of them are being built anyway with all electric, because it really there's, it's cheaper, much cheaper. And all of the cost saving is not providing gas infrastructure. There's a lot of cost savings. So if you just develop your ADU all electric from the get, you're going to save a substantial amount of money.
Specification, Bill. We're going off. Just simple question. I want to build an ADU 500 square feet detached. Am I covered by this rich code?
Yes.
I understand the specifics of the
Yeah, you would be
about it.
correct.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Except for EV.
Mhm.
There's two components. So there's electric and then there's EV. So EV, no, electric, yes.
All right. If this is approved tonight, so what happens? So when I apply for an ADU permit, I represent people who are wanting to build ADUs. They will be covered.
Correct, for electric.
Okay. Just electric or gas?
Well, under the reach code, it would be all electric. So your new ADU detached would be all electric, but the EV requirements would not apply.
All right. My
Sure.
last question. So if this gets approved with all the specifics of the ordinance as presented, have we done any other policy to incentivize this ordinance? I'll follow Councilmember Fan's question a while ago. Is the city at least thinking of like some incentives, making sure that when this becomes effective, when new construction comes about, it's being enticed by the city?
Sure,
Well,
Council members, Barbara Dillo, this is Elaine Marshall, I'm the Deputy Public Works Director, and also worked on the Climate Action Plan update. And so, as Bill mentioned, we work closely with Silicon Valley Clean Energy. They have offered financial incentives and will offset any additional costs for the compliance with the EV reach code for multifamily affordable housing. We are also looking at incentives for existing buildings, but that's not covered under the reach code. The other main basis for the reach code is just cost effectiveness. We have seen that for new construction, it will be cheaper. And so the construction costs will be lower for the all electric compliance.
Mayor, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you. And also for Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Barbadillo's question, we are, like Elaine said, Deputy Director of Public Works, we are going to receive secure some funding from Congressman Rocana, $3 million to incentivize I know you're looking for incentives for the homeowners. This is the Public Works program called the Carbon Neutral Homes Incentive Program. And this will give our residents to convert their fossil fuel powered appliances to carbon-free electricity. And I think once that's launched, we're going to get more participation from our residents. Thank you for that question. That was good.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That was
Thank-
responsive.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for bringing that up. Congressman Ro Khanna did donate $3 million, and that $3 million is for people to be incentivized to convert their gas to electric. So is there anyone else that would like to speak? Councilmember Han Lin?
Thank you, Mayor. Bill, I know that I watched the presentation, and I just want to confirm that we are focusing on future development and not the existing properties. Number two, number two that I have is, do we know what is the impact on the one that's left behind, the one that's still on gas?
Well, if we're going to start a discussion about, say, retrofit, say, for instance, your gas-fired furnace goes out and the ordinance is such that now you have to replace it with a heat pump, which is electric. So maybe that's phase 2 or 3 down the road for council to consider if they want to enhance the reach codes further later with some provisions or mandates for change outs, like when something fails and it has to be replaced, like a water heater or a furnace. But that's a separate type of approach that we aren't really entertaining here to any degree. We did talk about if you have a building that has a major renovation demolition with the 50% foundation, but that's as close as we get to any kind of a requirement for say existing construction to be in line with the reach codes when they rebuild. Does that answer your question, council person?
Somewhat.
Okay.
I see. Yes, Farad, can you let me hear from you?
Thank you so much. If I understood the question correctly, there's 2 potential impacts. One is for residents that stay on the gas infrastructure. As more account owners depart the gas system, the pool of gas accounts or gas meters that need to pay for the maintenance of that gas system will diminish, and each of those individual payments will increase. So we're already seeing increases in gas rates, and those are expected to go up in various state studies that are being performed, not at a local level, at a regional level, but at a state level through the California Energy Commission. They are projecting gas rate escalation and are planning for that and how to avoid that in the longer term. The second approach is the second potential impact is that the California Air Resources Board has initiated a rulemaking to limit the sale of gas furnaces and gas water heaters in stores across the state. So that would potentially take place by 2030. So again, you may have a sunk cost in some gas appliances and in your gas infrastructure because you will not be able to renew that appliance after 2030.
Yeah. And I don't know if we have a representative from PG&E tonight.
We do, council member. We have Christina Ramos joining us from PG&E, as well as Kelly Cunningham. So, yeah.
So here's my question.
Camera on, so you can ask her a question as well.
Okay, the question I'd like to ask PG&E representative is, how do we guarantee, or do you have a plan? Because there are areas in Milpitas that frequently experience outages, like my area that I live in. How do you fix that? And do we have the capacity and reliable power grid to supply PG&E to everywhere in Milpitas if we are going to move away from natural gas and have everything, all the appliances on electric.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I'm Christina Ramos, Government Affairs for PG&E in Santa Clara County, covering Milpitas, City of Milpitas. So what I can tell you is that because I don't know exactly where you live, but I'm assuming you live in the area where I understand that has infrastructure issues, but not capacity issues. And so I believe, you know, as time moves on, PG&E is committed to delivering on making sure that we invest in our infrastructure over the course of a few years of the between 2019 and 2021. We've invested over $1 billion in improving our infrastructure, and we continue to be committed to doing that over the course of the years. And so that would help with any infrastructure causes of the electricity going out. But of course, as we've seen in recent months, you know, there are other mitigating factors that can happen, such as storms and environmental causes that can cause electricity to be disrupted. But other than that, PG&E is committed to improving our infrastructure over time.
Thank you.
Christina, may I add something to support what you're saying?
Sorry. Let me introduce my colleague, Kelly Cunningham, as well. She can answer additionally.
Thank you for the opportunity to answer this. I'm going to just add additionally that we do not expect that 100% of electrification related projects will need capacity upgrades, as there are other strategies that are being explored to, well, put efficiency first, as the Energy Code has done for many years, and to make sure that the home or business is built in a way that it is efficient and it may not have that capacity spike that one would think. So we're exploring options to support customers to also manage load through technologies to say, if you're a single family home and you do have capacity constraints, to use things at certain times, charger, EV, et cetera. So we're, in addition to making sure that our infrastructure is ready, we also are ready to support customers with information on what is the right size. Although we do ask all community and PG&E, all community members, PG&E customers, to make sure they work with our service planning department when planning for large projects well in advance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hanan. Councilmember Hanan. I'm going to follow back with Anthony, with Councilmember Fanny.
Yes, thank you. Wanted to follow up on Councilmember Lean's remarks. For, I guess the question would be for our PG&E representatives. Would or PG&E right now can it support the impact on the increase of the energy consumption for the new buildings, the new all electric buildings?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. As my colleague Kelly Cunningham specifically said, we are making investments into our infrastructure and being ready for those improvements. And in addition, the energy efficiency, but Kelly has it listed very eloquently. So I'm going to let Kelly explain a little bit further.
Sure, thank you.
I'll just say again that it's extremely important to work with us in advance if we are expecting to see a capacity increase for a large new construction project or upgrade. But
We are also, we do not think that all electric projects will have a significant capacity increase if the building is designed efficiently.
Okay.
So that's a strong belief. But for the ones that do require infrastructure upgrades, then like we included in our support letter, we're working to be ready in advance. So let us know early, and PG&E will plan accordingly. That is what our leadership has reassured us, and what we are sharing with our cities who are tackling this important issue.
So should we expect any increases with or any changes with whenever the PS rolls out? Whenever you plan to do the power shutoffs?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you asking if PG&E expects there to be increased PSPS events as a result of electrification
Correct,
projects?
yeah.
No.
Okay.
Christina, do you agree that that electrification is not a PSPS driver?
Correct. Council member, like I said in the past, there are other environmental factors that can interfere with energy and power and heat events, such as what we do during PSPS is one of those factors.
Okay, that's helpful to know.
I hope that answers your question. Yeah, thank you.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I have a couple of remarks myself, if no one else is going to make any more comments. So with the energy code, I understand that the California Green Building Standards Code, what we're trying to do here is to create more stringent, sustainable goals from the California Green Building Standards. And that is correct, staff?
Yes.
So some of the misconceptions is that folks think that it's for existing buildings, but it's for new buildings. And I want to go back to Councilmember Fan's. He had a question on one of the items. I think it was 4.106.51, new construction. So from my understanding, this is for residential homes as well, correct? Or is it just for commercial buildings?
For residential occupancies as well, yes.
And this is if they reconstruct or redevelop their homes or buildings 50% and up.
Yeah, if they, and it includes framing too, not just foundation, but say you take down more than 50% of the framing of the structure, or add to it more than 50% of what's there, then it's considered new construction, similar to what I kind of outlined with our current policy for where it invokes or triggers where you have to have sprinklers if you exceed a certain amount of demolition. So similarly, then the reach codes would come into play.
So what is the likelihood of that happening? Is it a frequent event, or is it very, very minuscule?
No, and I think Farhad laid it out and where the genesis, the beginning of that came from. And Farhad, if you want to kind of recap that again.
I'm sorry?
Where that I was asking Farhad if he could ring in and kind of restate what he said previously.
Yes, of course. Yeah, these are basically, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mayor. These are going to be essentially tear down rebuilds. You're replacing your foundation. This does not even count repairs. If you're repairing your structural wall or repairing your foundation, it does not invoke this particular element. It's actually replacing for the purpose of a kind of a new build. I also want to briefly take this opportunity, if I can, to introduce Zoe. She wants to add that in this particular situation, when there is a residential building that is going to be rebuilt all electric, there are incentives available. So Zoe, please share.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much and good evening. I'm Zoe Elizabeth. I'm with Silicon Valley Clean Energy, or JPA, that is governed by local agencies in our service territory. And I wanted to specifically mention this because a new program at SVCE that, and specifically in this instance that we're talking about, this outlier when there was an existing home with existing service and they do a major rebuild. In most instances, you will still save money because you don't have to put an air conditioner and a furnace. You're just putting one piece of equipment, and you're also you don't have to put in additional gas infrastructure throughout the house. So oftentimes you're still saving money in that remodel. But SVCE also offers up to $8,000 to those homeowners to make those to purchase that electric equipment. In addition, I know folks are aware of the IRA passed by the federal government. So homeowners would also be eligible for, I think, around $2,600 in tax credits, and low income participants in SVCE territory would be able to receive up to $2,000 more. So you can see that's over $10,000 in additional incentives in this outlier case where you're doing a total rebuild. And we decided to make that eligible because even though we saw, it's a really smart time, it's the best instance to make sure that you're not investing in stranded assets for the homeowner. But we also know that this isn't something that is new and unfamiliar. People might not be expecting it. So for this building code cycle, we have those incentives available for homeowners to offset the cost and learning curve.
Great, thank you. And I do agree it's more cost effective if you go electric and instead of putting all the infrastructure for the gas pipelines. One more last question. This was on the topic of what is the impact of the grid from requiring new developments to be electric. And I will read this. It says the all electric reach codes for new construction together with solar PV with battery backup will lessen peak demand at critical times of the day when the use of electricity is highest, which will significantly lessen the impact of the grid. But my question here is where it says new construction together, that's the operative word, together with solar PV with battery backup. So how would you explain, what if you don't have that solar PV or with that battery backup? So those are my concerns right there.
Well, again, if we refer to, well, let me back up for a minute. So our all electric requirement is through the green building. And then as we were talking about earlier with efficiency requirements, which then we're talking about solar and battery backup, which is provided for in the energy code. So if you go to the energy code and you can enhance that, meaning you can go above the base. So the more we have and the more the energy code evolves and goes forward with even higher requirements for solar and battery backup, which from what I'm seeing is coming in future code cycles, more higher demand for these kinds of backups and solar PV. So that together with the requirement that it be all electric, and then you have the opportunity and the ability to flex where you can have this battery storage set so it you can use that energy that you stored during the day from your solar array in your all electric home to power your Tesla or whatever you have in the garage and other things. And of course, along with people's behavior, which there's been public campaigns, I guess I'll call them, out there, mostly instituted by the state to try to get people to change their habits and like not run your dishwasher and your clothes machine, washing machine, between 4 and 7 o'clock at night, for instance, and belay that until maybe later. So with behavioral changes and with enhanced battery backup storage and with the requirement for all electric where you do not have all the gas infrastructure costs for new, it's kind of a collective effort to get there. So hopefully we will.
Yes, I agree. So hopefully those batteries will also be less, because I know that's a huge cost, the batteries. And you know, we are just a drop in the bucket locally, but it is important because of climate change. And you know, if our country would have, I'm speculating here, but if we would have been with the Paris Accord, joined in, because it's a collective effort. It's not just one city here. It takes a collective effort to really combat climate change, and it's really important. And that's why we have a climate action plan, so that we can ensure that we are doing our part, even though we're just one city. But I think we need to start moving forward and making sure that we reduce our carbon footprint. So those are my thoughts. And now I'm going to anyone else I would like to, Vice Mayor Chua, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Ms. Ramos, Ms. Cunningham from BG&E, as well as Farhad and Zoe from SBCE, and also our staff. That being said, I would like to move to approve to waive the second reading, find a CEQA exemption, and adopt ordinance number 65.153, amending chapter 11 of title 2 of the Milpitas Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2022 California Energy Code, waive the second reading, find CEQA exemption, and adopt ordinance number 65.154, amending chapter 19 of title 2 of the Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code with amendments.
Did you, Councilmember Fan?
Can you clarify the amendments?
Pardon?
Can you clarify the amendments?
It's in the,
They're in
it's in the packet.
recommendation.
Okay, well, I'd like an additional amendment.
City Attorney?
Attorney, the amendment, please.
So there are two clarifications that need to be made. One, although this was presented as one item, you'll be actually acting on two ordinances.
Mhm.
So we'll take two separate motions and two separate votes.
Oh, okay.
And we'll need two separate seconds for those. One of them will be, as Vice Mayor Chua described, ordinance number 6513. The other will be, as Vice Mayor Chua described, ordinance number 65154. To the extent that any council member wishes to offer friendly amendments to Vice Mayor Chua's motion, which I believe is to adopt staff recommendation as set
Correct.
forth, they can be made and accepted by Vice Mayor Chua and any member who seconds her.
City Attorney, can you guide us, please? State the first motion. Then we'll vote.
Sure, let's take this one at a time then. The first motion would be, as I understand it, to waive the second reading, find a CEQA exemption to adopt ordinance number 65153, which amends chapter 11, title 2 of the Milpitas Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2022 California Green Energy Code.
So
And I
moved.
believe staff's recommendation is not to amend the that code, to
Right.
adopt it wholesale.
Right. Yeah.
And
So move.
That's the first one on our, this one, okay.
So
Is there a second?
Clarify. The first motion is to,
Amend.
no, not the amend, not
No,
the
this-
amendment.
the first motion would be to adopt the
To
energy code as
adopt.
published by the state
Okay,
Right.
and to waive the second reading.
and to waive the second reading.
Oh, I will second that.
Is there a call, Suzanne, for the vote?
Councilmember Barbadillo?
I
I apologize.
Sorry, we got a little ahead of ourselves. I'll read the title of the ordinance.
Yeah, that's right.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending Chapter 11 of Title II of the Milpitas Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2019 California Energy Code.
Councilmember Barbadillo?
still an aye.
Vice Mayor Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Councilmember Pham?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. So it passed unanimously. Now the second reading.
That was to waive the second.
So we would need a motion for the second.
Yes,
I'll make
please.
Who would like to make a motion? You wanted to
No,
make?
I already did.
For
I'm
the
waiting
second
on,
one.
I'm waiting on,
Until the bus.
yes,
City attorney?
City attorney to make it to state the motion, please.
So the motion that was recommended by staff, which is the motion I understand you to have made, was to waive the second reading and find a CEQA exemption and adopt the ordinance number 65154, amending Chapter 19, Title II of the Milpitas Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2022 California Green Building Code, Green Building Standards Code with amendments.
So move.
Is there a second?
And the title, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending Chapter 19 of Title II of the Milpitas Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2022 California Green Building Code Standard, Green Building Standards Code with amendments.
Point of privilege. I'd still like to.
Councilmember Pham?
Yes, I'd like to make the amendment that I mentioned earlier. And that would be to strike out section 4.106.5.1 specifically pertaining to residential alteration projects.
Is the mover of the motion good with that?
I respectfully disagree. I like to keep the way staff recommended it with no amendments, no friendly amendments.
Is there a rebuttal on that? Are we all good with the,
Is there a second to my amendment?
is there a second for
Oh, well.
his amendment?
Actually, it doesn't matter, right? The mover of the original motion.
So a friendly amendment would require approval of the moving member, as well as the second. You can make an alternative motion if you chose to.
I'd like to
and
make
see
an
if that gets a
alternative
second.
motion. Sure. My I guess now alternative motion is to strike out the section regarding alteration projects for residential or existing residential.
Is the maker good with that motion, with that amendment?
No, this isn't a friendly amendment. This
I'm
is
sorry, you just
an
want to strike it out? What, that's an amendment.
So now we would call for a second to the substitute motion.
Yeah, this is a substitute motion.
So, a city attorney, what is your recommendation to have, we just wrote show of hands?
So if the substitute motion gets a second, then we'll vote on the substitute motion. If it passes, that would be the decision of the council. If it fails, we would vote on the original motion.
Okay, so
If
is
there's
there
no
a
second for the substitute motion, then the substitute motion would fail and we would merely vote on the original motion.
Is there a second then?
Mayor, can I request a minute that let's see that
So
provision that
Councilmember
was-
Barbadillo, you have the floor.
Yes, can we take a minute? Let's look at that particular provision that Councilmember Fan is wanting to put.
So I would have to ask direction from the city attorney if that's. He wants to take a minute.
If you'd like to take a minute, you certainly can consider it.
Yeah. Can we, city manager, can we read the section or staff, the section that Councilmember Fan is asking to strike?
It's page 110 in the agenda packet.
Which page?
Oh, 110.
Is that page 8?
It's one.
Yeah, page 8.
Page
correct,
8.
on the ordinance.
So that's page 8, 4.106.5.1.
Yes.
Thank you. So from my understanding, Councilmember Ban wants to strike that out.
Correct.
And
And I would need a second.
we need a second, or we can just not second it and move on.
Councilmember-
Move on with the vote.
A clarification on the proposed amendment, please. So 4.106.5.1 includes both newly constructed building and alterations of existing. So which are you trying to remove?
For you see the section where it says exceptions.
It's on page 8.
Yeah. Right there, it says multifamily residential building projects. And I believe earlier it was mentioned that this would also pertain to single family projects with alterations.
All right, so you're wanting to remove the exemptions, number 1, which means those residential building projects that have been approved, not the existing ones.
Correct. I do not want the new requirements to be in effect for existing properties that want to go through alterations.
So that must be the second sentence of the first paragraph, not the exemption. So alterations that include.
But it has to be 50%.
Is that the one you're talking? Because the exemption is about structures that were already.
So is there a second, or are we done with deliberating that on Vice Mayor's motion?
We cannot have a second until the mover defines what his proposed amendment to the ordinance. We understand what he meant, then we can ask for a second or else.
Sure. Essentially, it's altogether that section of 4.106.5.1 or for new construction. I'm sorry, for qualifying alteration projects.
So, Councilmember Fan, would it be accurate to describe your motion as move to accept staff's recommendation with the exception of paragraph 4.10651? You'd like to strike from the word alteration at the beginning of the second sentence through the end of the word agency at the end of the bolt.
Can you repeat that?
You'd like to strike beginning at the word alterations, alterations that include replacement of, through
Agency.
the word agency at the end of that paragraph.
As well as the multi-family residential building projects.
So then through the next paragraph, section 1, ending with the words comply with section 4.106.5.2.
Correct.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion as clarified?
No, I do not, because these are exceptions. So can you enhance on that?
So Councilmember Fan is proposing that section 4.106.5.1 include the word all newly constructed buildings shall be all electric buildings. And the only exception would be if the applicant establishes that there is not an all electric prospective compliance pathway for the building system under the California Building Energy Efficiency Standards, and that the building is not able to achieve the performance compliance standards applicable to the building under the energy efficiency standards using commercially available technology and an improved calculation method, then the local enforcing agency may grant modification. The applicant shall still comply with the section 4.106.5.2.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor Chua?
yeah, if I may, can I ask staff, please, what is the ramification of removing this 4.106.5.1 all the way to all the way to 1 and 2?
Well, it would have the effect of eliminating any kind of situation where you had a major remodel of a qualifying alteration project. In this case, a multifamily residential project. So then the reach codes would not apply, because this qualifying alteration project would be gone. So you would not have that as something that might have to comply with the enhanced or the reach code amendments. So it would take away this qualifying alteration project for residential.
The way I understand it, this really gives a leeway for situations like, if this happens, then without these exceptions, they cannot proceed with what they're trying to do. Is that correct?
Well, if as a for instance, again, if you had a residential project that was substantially modified to the parameters given here, like replacement or addition of over 50% of the existing foundation for purposes other than repair, then or 50% or more of the existing framing above the sill plate is removed or replaced for purposes other than repair, then it would not have to be all electric, because this qualifying alteration would no longer be there. So this criteria, or if you did have the substantial renovation addition to this residential property, these criteria would be gone, so they would not have to comply with the all electric building code.
Okay. I got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. So Anthony Fan, I see your light is on. Council member.
I think Councilmember Barbadillo had some comments.
Yes, my comments is, if I understand it right, Councilmember Fan is proposing to remove the said provision to protect existing structures. what I do not agree or what I want clarified with his alternate motion is the exemptions 1 point. That's on the ordinance that's included, because that just means that any residential building projects that have approved entitlements, let's say before the effectivity of this ordinance, can be exempted from the REACH code.
Yeah, but for projects with without entitlements before that effective date, that want to make modifications. For example, if they wanted to increase the density, it obviously that it'd be applicable to them. That would have an impact on the rents.
I'm going to interject here for the and for the essence of time, interest of time, I mean. And I think the bottom line is if we do strike out those words, especially the exceptions, multifamily, it kind of takes away the teeth of the REACH codes. So in the essence of time, I'm going to call for the vote and going back
So
to.
do I have a second on my alternative?
Is there a second
motion?
for Councilmember Fan's amendment or strikeout?
All right, I'll second that. I agree with you.
Thank you.
Okay, call for the vote.
So just to clarify for everyone, the procedure for the alternate motion, since the alternate motion received a second, there'll be a vote on the alternate motion. If it passes, there'll be no vote on the original motion. If it fails, there'll be a vote on the original motion.
Can you repeat that again?
So there was an alternate motion made, it received a second. There will be a vote on the alternate motion. If it passes, there will be no vote on any other motion. That motion will be the action of this council.
So that would supersede the other.
If it fails, there will be a vote on the original motion made by Councilmember Chua.
Okay.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Nay.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
This is a tough one. I have to think about the global ramifications, so I'm going to have to vote no on this one.
With 3 votes, 1 from Councilmember Barbadillo, Lian, and Fan, the motion passes.
So now we have can you read that, the one that passed from Councilmember Vance?
So the motion that passed was to waive the second reading and find a CEQA exemption and adopt ordinance number 65154, amending chapter 19 of title 2 of the Milpitas Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2022 California Green Energy Building Codes with amendments as recommended by staff, with the exception of amendment to chapter 4.106.51, which shall now read new construction and qualifying alteration projects. All newly constructed buildings shall be electric buildings. Exceptions: if the applicant establishes that there is not an all-electric prospective compliance pathway for the building system under the California Building Energy Efficiency Standards, and that the building is not able to achieve the performance compliance standard applicable to the building under the energy efficiency standards using commercially available technology and approved calculation method, then the local enforcing agency may grant modification. The applicant shall comply with section 4.106.52.
Everybody got that? Vice Mayor, you have your.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, we got the votes are in, and it passed 3-2. Okay, now we're moving on to leadership and support services. So receive report on 2023 citywide community engagement survey. Staff, you can proceed with that.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. And we have our Public Information Officer, Charmaine Angelo, that'll kick off the presentation. And we have our consultants from FM3 that have done the survey for us. We're very excited to share the results with you this evening. And with that, I will hand it off to Charmaine Angelo to take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashwini. Good evening, Mayor Montano and council members. I'm Charmaine Angelo, Public Information Officer. Next slide, please. As you may be aware, we sought the services of FM3 for our annual community survey. This is the 4th year in a row that we are working with them on gathering public opinion and feedback from Milpitas residents. You will find that because of the strong response from our community, FM3 will be able to provide statistically sound and representative results from residents, clearly demonstrating that the community is eager to share feedback to the City Council and administration. Keep in mind that this survey is just one of the many tools we will be using to facilitate the development and presentation of our fiscal year 2023 and 2024 annual city budget. In addition to the survey, there will be a number of community meetings, in addition to an open town hall survey, which will help provide council and staff with collective information and priorities and goals are identified. And on that note, I'd like to introduce FM3's partner and COO, Kurt Bello, to kick off the presentation of results. Kurt.
All right, thank you very much, Charmaine, and good evening, members of council and public. Glad to be back here to present the survey results for one of a number of times we've done this for the city. I have been giving a little bit of coaching that we've got a lot of stuff to cover and to do my best to get this presentation into 20 minutes. So I am going to work through those slides and then allow some time, obviously, at the end for questions, and I'll be asking maybe a few questions of the council myself when we get to that point. So with that, please go to the next slide. All right, just a couple of notes about our methodology. For those of you who were on the council last year or were watching these presentations, it's a similar type of methodology we've used the last few years. It's what we call a dual mode survey, and the two data collection modes are telephone interviews and online interviews. And we reached out to people to take this survey through telephone calls, email invitations, postcard, and text invitations. And we based the results, the sample structure on US Census data, filtered for just adult residents. So this was a survey of Milpitas residents, 18 years or older. And we set quotas based upon the different data in this census. We also offered the telephone interviews in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. Next slide, please. So just two quick notes here for anyone who's a stickler about details. Some of these percentages may not completely add up to 100% because of rounding. So if you see, 5.4 or 5.3 might add up to look like 5 + 5 = 11. So there's a few of those spots in here. And something that comes up a lot with these types of surveys is, well, is this enough interviews? We did 600 of these interviews, and that's a really nice, robust sample for a city of your size. Frankly, it's not uncommon for people to conduct 600 interviews statewide, and actually the margin of sampling error at the similar confidence level would be the same if you did 600 interviews in the city of Milpitas or statewide in California. So we feel really, really good about the sample size, and it's similar to the ones that we've had in the past. Next slide, please. No, that's enough for one last slide, just the margin of sampling error here. For the full sample, so questions we asked of the full 600, that's a 4% margin of sampling error. We did some split sampling techniques in here, which is some questions were asked half and half. And that was sometimes done just to squeeze a few more questions into the survey, or if something sounded pretty similar. In those cases, let's round that up to 6%. So keep in mind, probably the most important thing of all these introductory slides is 4% margin of sampling error for the full sample, essentially 6% for any split sampled questions. Now, with that, let's get to the actual results. Next slide, please. So I'm just gonna go through, maybe hit a couple quick numbers here real fast, and I'll talk about these in more detail. The big takeaways, essentially 9 in 10 residents think Milpitas is a good place to live. Almost the same number are satisfied with the quality of life in the city. 4 out of 5 approve of city government overall, and 9 out of 10 are proud to live in Milpitas. I'll get into these in more detail, but these are just like big picture takeaways, a lot of very satisfied residents in your city, and I think it's something that you can be very proud of. Next slide, please. So I'm going to break this presentation in a few sections. The first one is these bigger impressions of the city. We'll talk about a few specifics about just some city dynamics, and then we're going to spend some time getting into services, and then finally some communication things. The services is where I'm going to probably spend most of my time, because that's most informative for, I think, your budget deliberations that you'll be starting now. Next slide, please. So this is a how satisfied are you with the quality of life in Milpitas? And I hinted this a little bit here. You'll see that 88% said that they were satisfied and only 10% dissatisfied with the quality of life. And about these numbers have been holding somewhat steady. About a quarter or so have said that are very satisfied with the quality of life in Milpitas each of the last 4 times we've asked the survey. But that satisfaction number has actually gone up in the last couple of years, and the dissatisfaction number has gone down. So broadly speaking, residents are a little more satisfied now than they have been in the past. Next slide, please. We do ask at the same time, well, what's bothering you? What do you consider to be a problem here in the community? Throughout these slides here, anything that's italicized as either a subtitle or a footer, that's the actual language that we used in the survey. So here we said, hey, here are some potential problems facing Milpitas. You tell us how serious of a problem you think it is. Bear in mind, this is all amongst residents who are broadly satisfied with the quality of life in the city. And we kind of had 3 different tiers here. The top 2 items, the things that we presented that they were most concerned about, and about 3/4 found to be either extremely very serious problems, were the cost of housing and inflation and rising costs. Below that, in that second tier, were pretty good majorities of residents also found them to be somewhat, at least very serious problems, were homelessness and traffic congestion. Now, when we ask questions like this, we focus on the more intense reactions, the extremely very serious problem. As you'll see here, there's, if you include somewhat serious problem, it kind of is too all-encompassing. Below that second dashed red line, you'll see items where somewhere between 4 and 5 and 2 and 4 residents feel like something is either an extremely very serious problem, but the intensity has really kind of comes down for those items. Next slide, please. You can put this in a little bit of, we're going to go through a couple of items here. We asked a variety of agree-disagree statements in this survey, and so respondents could agree or disagree to it. And here are some big picture type of concepts. This is the one I showed you in one of those early slides. I'm proud to live in Milpitas. We're at 90% feel like they're proud to live in Milpitas. That's the highest it's been in the last several years since we've been conducting this survey. Similarly, I feel that different cultures are celebrated in Milpitas. It's at 90%. That's a little bit of an increase from last year, although kind of similar to where it was in January of 2020. But by and large, positive findings and consistent over time. Next slide, please. Here's another way that we kind of try to assess how people feel about living in the city. And we presented a variety of phrases or words and said, hey, you, thank you for taking the survey. You tell us how well you think this word or phrase describes Milpitas. And the bars on the left-hand side, the kind of mustardy colored ones, are percentage of residents who said, hey, yeah, that describes the city well. And the darker brown bars on the right-hand side are those who feel like, man, it doesn't really describe the city well. If you could click the advance the slide one more time, I think you'll get a little dashed line at the bottom. Yeah. And you'll see here that everything above that line, large majorities of residents said, yes, that describes the city well. And there's a lot of positive things to say about this. Now, some differences maybe between, the great location, kind of everybody thinks that describes the city well, up and coming, 3/4 do, but not everybody, but still really strong majority. The only outlier here, and I think this will come as a little surprise, and we'll see this reflected at a few of the places in the survey, is affordable. 54% feel like the city is affordable, but a pretty solid chunk of 44% have a different point of view there. Next slide. Now, we have asked about not all of those items, but a number of them in prior surveys. And if you look at that right-hand column, that's just the change from last year to this year. As a side note, we've conducted the survey in the past in January. We did it a little bit earlier this year so that we had more time to sort of analyze the results prior to doing these presentations. So more people feel like the city is up and coming. Interestingly enough, the affordable, although it's way at the bottom of the list of these descriptors, more people feel like the city is affordable now than they have in the past. And a number of the other items are kind of hovering around the same level they were a year ago. Next slide, please. So this is a really interesting question because many of these other tracking slides that I've showed you, there have been pretty modest changes over time. Up a few points, down a few points, but this one is a little more of a change. And this is a question about the rate of growth and development in general in Milpitas. I think it's too fast, about right, too slow. The too slow numbers have been kind of hovering around 1 in 10. So that's been pretty consistent. But those different sort of yellowish and mustardy colored on the left-hand side of percentage who feel like it's too fast, that's been coming down, where back in 2019, 51%, about half, thought that the rate of development was too fast in Milpitas. And now if you look at the current numbers, you've got 60% who feel like that's about right. And only about a third feel like it's too fast. So those perceptions about growth and development, they have changed in a material sense over the last several years. Next slide, please. Nope, sorry about this. I forgot. We had a little note here. Yes, this is something the staff had asked us to look into. I think it was really astute of them. There was a big difference in how long you lived in the city and how you respond to this question. So if you lived in the city more than 3 decades, half of those residents who took the survey said, wait a minute, growth and development is too fast. Pretty much everybody else who's lived in the city less than 3 decades, only about a quarter of them thought the same thing. So there was a big distinction there between the longer term residents and everybody else. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to move into just a couple slides specifically on public safety items. Next slide. So this is a question we've asked in the past too, which is, do you feel safe or unsafe, or neither in these different sort of areas or circumstances? And you'll be summarized the total safe and unsafe on the right-hand side. And you'll see that pretty much everywhere residents feel safe in their own neighborhood, shopping, walking, driving, in neighborhood parks. There's distinctions there. People, 41% feel very safe in their own neighborhood, and maybe shopping, walking, driving your own, kind of around only quarter-ish who feel very safe. Bicycling's towards the bottom of the list, but if you notice, there's a good, 9% who couldn't even say an opinion one way or another. Now maybe they don't bicycle themselves, or don't know anyone that does, or just don't have an opinion on that. And when we recalculated it, taking that 9% out, about 73% felt safe. So kind of, if you think about it in that sense, walking, driving, bicycling, we're kind of in that low 80s to low 70 range in terms of people feeling safe. And there's not that many places where there's a perception of unsafe circumstances. Next slide, please. We have, as I noted, asked a few times in the past. What's interesting is that the bicycling one's sort of been a little more volatile, bouncing around a little bit, but there's not been huge changes in these, particularly if you look at it just last year, a few points here and there. I'm going to point out this very last item here, driving in Milpitas. That's 73% over the course of time. It's the same as it was in 2020. It's down a few points in the last couple of years, and we're going to see stuff about traffic laws and things like that pop up in some of the safety items here. So just kind of make a little mental note about driving Milpitas, broadly seen as safe, a little less safe than maybe last year. Next slide, please. So again, on some public safety items here, we asked about, well, do you feel like, and this is just residents' gut reaction. This is independent of actual data, but this is, do you feel like property crime has increased, decreased, or stayed the same in the last year? And then half the respondents were also asked, well, how about violent crime? See if there's a distinction there. Very few people feel like those have decreased in the last year. And you'll see that there's a bit of a distinction here where 48%, almost half of residents feel like property crime has increased over the course of the past year. 40% feel like it stayed the same. On the violent crime, that's only at 37% feel like it has increased. So most residents sort of are in the, well, I think these types of crimes have increased or stayed about the same. But there is a distinction there, and there's more concern about the increases in property crime. Next slide, please. Now, let's get to city government, and then finally we'll get to some of those services there. Next slide, please. So again, these are a few of those disagree, agree statements. And you'll see here, I trust the city's plan for the Milpitas' future. I trust the city to manage tax dollars, and I feel like the city is operating in an open and accountable manner. 3/4 of residents agree with all those statements. Now, if you want to split hairs, you'd say, well, not that many strongly agree, but very few strongly disagree. These are, generally speaking, residents feel like, hey, I feel like I like the direction of the city, and I feel like the city is operating well. Next slide, please. We have some tracks here, and this is probably one of the more encouraging slides of the presentation. It's not that on any of these particular perceptions, the city was sort of suffering in the past, but there's been pretty consistent improvements here. And in many of these other slides, you'll notice there's been modest changes here, maybe with the exception a little bit of the growth and development question. But here you'll see just from last January, notable numbers of more residents feel like the city's operating in an accountable manner and trust the city's management, broadly speaking. Next slide, please. Now, when we get into some specific sort of government entities, including yourself as the city council here, we asked, well, do you approve or disapprove of the job that this item of Milpitas' city government is doing? Really strong approval for the fire department, 89%, including 46% who strongly approve of how the fire department is doing. Police, not too far behind that. 80% also approve of the police department. City government overall, basically the same as the police department. Less intensity in fairness, though, that 20% strongly approval versus 34% for the police department. The city council is at 69% approve, and the city's budget management at 66%. You'll notice that those disapproved numbers are not materially different for pretty much everyone except for fire. The distinction tends to be in that the strongly approval numbers go down a little bit, and those gray bars, people who, a lot of residents, maybe they don't follow city government, but they can still have an opinion about police and fire, but maybe the city's budget management is something they don't know as much about. Next, can you advance that once? Yeah, and so if we take out those gray bars, the respondents to the survey, residents who said, I can't even say whether I approve or disapprove, and we recalculate everything, kind of, fire still stands up at 97%. And then all the other government entities here, police, city council, budget management, government are all in basically the 80s range. If you kind of talk about maybe an informed approval rating, where you take out those who couldn't voice an opinion one way or another. Next slide, please. And looking at these over time, you see police and fire opinions have held pretty steady for the most part in the last couple of years. But the council, budget management, and city government overall, those approval ratings are notably higher from what they were a year ago. Next slide, please. So let's get into services. And I think this is where we can probably provide, the survey is going to provide maybe some of the most material guidance for your budget deliberations going forward. Next slide. So overall city services, we'll get into the specifics in a second. Are you satisfied with them or dissatisfied? And these numbers have not changed a lot. It's interesting to see in the survey, most things haven't changed, but what has. And here, again, 80% are satisfied with services overall, only 15% dissatisfied, and about 1 in 5 are very satisfied. Next slide, please. So let's look at I'm going to go through a long list of service categories that the city provides, and we're first going to ask respondents how important those are to them, and then we asked the same list and said how satisfied are you with those. And for those who've seen this presentation in the past, then we put those together and compare importance and satisfaction. And we want to ideally those items with the highest level of importance, or those the ones also that residents feel the most satisfied with. And if there's a disconnect there, then that gives you some guidance for something to think about when you're doing your budget deliberations. So next slide, we're going to talk about the importance. So there's 3 slides in this category, in this whole series here. Everything is seen as important. I'll just say this right off the bat. The scale we use with how important is this to making Milpitas a good place to live is an extremely, very, somewhat, or not too important. You'll see on this first slide of 3 that essentially 4 out of 5 said that all these first items were extremely or very important. You see a lot of public safety and a lot of infrastructure items here. Repairing streets and roads, emergency response, enforcing traffic laws. I noted that. We'll get to that in a second here. Public parks, public facilities, dumping. So a lot of that theme of public safety infrastructure items were very much towards the top of residents and list of importance. Next slide. So moving down the list, this is the second of this slide here. Start to see a few other types of services and programs. Youth programs, senior programs, some economic development programs the city might be involved in, providing services to those who are unhoused. Still seen as broadly important by 7 out of 10. You'll notice that as we get towards the bottom of the slide, those darker bars on the left-hand side starting to get into the 20s, so the intensity is a little bit different. Those dark brown bars on the right-hand side, they're not getting any bigger. So residents are not dismissing any of these as unimportant. They're just starting to they sort them a little bit based upon their intensity of the importance to them. Next slide. And this is the oh, there we go. The last slide on the importance deck here. And you'll see again, nothing is seen as unimportant. We're focusing on the extremely and very important, and it's dipping into the 60s for some of these. And pretty much all the extremely important numbers are in the 20s. Being involved with city government, business licenses, bike lanes, rent relief, cultural and arts activities. Your residents aren't dismissing them. They're just not as important as some of those public safety and infrastructure items we saw 2 slides prior. Next slide. So now we're going to look at the same set of services, but how satisfied people are. Next slide. And so those mustard and yellowy bars are satisfied. The brown bars are dissatisfied. Gray is, I don't know. So providing, keeping public parks in good condition, almost 9 out of 10 are satisfied there. Emergency response, 42% are very satisfied with that. Everything on this slide, 7 out of 10 residents is satisfied with, but there's some differences in intensity. Bike lanes, 3/4 people are satisfied with that, but only 18% are very satisfied. A little bit of a difference there. We'll move on to the next slide. So here again, satisfaction levels are pretty good, all in the around 70% for this set of items. I'm going to just point a little bit of attention on items where the dissatisfaction levels get to around 30%. Just because I'm going to squint and pick at some scabs to try to find a few things that maybe you could think about to work on. This is such a positive overall survey set of findings, though. And that paving and repairing streets and roads, you'll see that's at 28% dissatisfied. Now, comparing that to 71% are total satisfied, and nearly as many are very satisfied as total dissatisfied. This is not an area that's a huge red flag, but it's something that you might want to spend a little time thinking about going forward. Next slide. And so this is the items where the satisfaction levels are the lowest. And there's some explanations here that probably we could talk about. So again, those gray bars, those are people who said pardon me, I don't know. Pardon me, a little frog in my throat. But they're like providing rent relief, business permits, pretty big chunks of respondents said, I have no idea. So those satisfaction numbers are a little bit low on those items. But again, I want to look at any dissatisfaction level that approaches 30%. Removing blight and illegal dumping is at 28%. Providing services for people who are unhoused, developing policies to support affordable housing, they're all in that 30%-ish range too. So those are, again, items that I think might deserve a little more attention. And on the next slide, we're gonna see that in particular. So you move one slide up. So now we're gonna combine those. Next slide, please. So here we are on a graph, and I'll pause here before we advance to the next slide. The vertical axis is what we're calling informed satisfaction. So what we did is we took all those satisfaction numbers, we took out the percentage of respondents who said, I don't know, and recalculated that out of 100. So this is just of people who had an opinion about the service. They could either say they were satisfied or dissatisfied, and we're just looking at the total satisfied. The horizontal axis is, well, the percentage of people who thought that that particular service category was either extremely or very important. And you'll notice that if you look at those, there's kind of a little trend. That dashed little red line, a bunch of services where, oh, this is good. Things move over into the 80% extremely very important, 90%, and then the satisfaction level also goes up. So that's how you want to see it. You want to see things where there's an alignment there. If you can click one more click on whoever's advancing the slides for me. But there's this little group of items here that are kind of on their own. Now, I want to frame this in that the satisfaction levels are still well above 60% in all these cases once we take out the don't knows. So these are not areas where your residents are, with pitchforks and torches walking up and down the streets. But these are items where the satisfaction levels seem to be falling off of where their importance is. And again, enforcing traffic laws. I told you to put a pin in that one on driving safety. That went down a little bit. So enforcing traffic laws, the paving and repairing streets and roads, that's kind of down there. And then a kind of suite of things around services for the unhoused, affordable housing policies, blight and illegal dumping. These are all kind of areas that, well, that satisfaction level is a little lower than maybe you might hope it to be, given how important residents feel those services are. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through, there's a lot of stuff we could be tracking here, but just looking at items where there was some material change. So these were items where the importance levels from last year went up at least 10 points. So items residents feel are services that they feel more important. And that's being involved in city government here. A couple of these items we just talked about, services for those who are unhoused, affordable housing policies. Now, we changed the wording a little bit on the unhoused item, but I think that makes a lot of sense otherwise. Traffic safety and business development. Next slide. So these were items on the satisfaction scale where there was at least a double-digit increase from January of 2022. And quite a few items, the satisfaction levels actually went up, including being involved with the city. Interestingly enough, also a couple of these items where the importance levels also went up, which is the affordable housing policies, people who are unhoused. So I think these are some of those services are items where, yes, I'm calling your attention. There's a little bit of a disconnect between satisfaction and importance, but those satisfaction levels are still going up from where they were a year ago. So there's been some progress, but maybe there could be some more in the future. Next slide. There weren't too many items. The importance levels didn't really drop for anything. And we only had a couple where satisfaction levels went down. It didn't even go down double digits. It was the business permitting and that traffic law thing. That's still 70%. But if you look back to January 2020, it's gone down 10 points in terms of satisfaction. So there's something there with driving safe, perceptions of driving, whether it's safe or not, down a little smidge, enforcing traffic laws, down a little bit too. There's something, the data suggests there's something there. Next slide, please. And that should get us to, I forgot about this one. This is where we give a hypothetical budget. This is us saying if the city's budget was just $100 and there are these 6 different priority areas where you could divide that $100. We do not spend all the time it would take to explain what different types of services cost and historical context of how much each of these areas actually has been eating up of the budget over the course of time, but just you as a resident, here's 6 different priority areas. How would you divide $100 hypothetically amongst them? And it's kind of a bit of a group of public safety, kind of at the top with neighborhoods and housing, not too far behind, kind of a middle tier of economic development, community wellness, and then below that, environment and transportation and transit. Next slide, please. And we have asked about these in the past, and there's actually been a little bit of interesting change here. So something like public safety at the bottom, when we asked this question in January of 2021, residents during that time said about a quarter of the budget should be devoted to public safety, and that's down to about 20% now. So that's been a little bit of a change there. And if you look at something like neighborhoods and housing, well, it's sort of gone up a bit from where it was a year ago. So it's been a little bit of a shift. Next slide, please. And this is an open-ended question that we asked. So either on the phone or online, we said, hey, in your own words, you tell us most important thing the city can be doing to improve city services. And then we have to try to categorize those comments and put them into buckets. And as you might imagine, that's as much art as science. And sometimes even though we said, what is the most important thing? Sometimes people take the survey, mentioned a couple of different concepts. So these percentages will add up to more than 100%. But I think you'll see that there's, affordable housing is up there. It wasn't like half the respondents mentioned it, but it was the most common category there. And if you look at some of the other items related to that, including homelessness, homeless camps, things of that nature, there's a lot of things around that residents seem to want some focus on. Next slide, please. And I think this gets us, this is just a few different comments that are illustrative of some of those things. So more affordable housing or below market rate housing. I think this is, some of these housing issues were things that your prior topic in your agenda was hitting on, although coming at it from a slightly different angle here. Bringing companies into Milpitas, treating unhoused people with empathy, and a variety of comments around public infrastructure as well. Next slide, please. This gets us to the last section here, which is interactions with the city. Next slide, please. We did ask respondents if they've had any contact with the city. So direct contact, you've talked to somebody, had an email exchange. And 28% of respondents said, yeah, in the last couple of years, I've done that. They were a little disproportionately older residents and at the different income extremes. Next slide, please. We did ask those, so just of those 28% who've had some interaction over the last couple of years, hey, how satisfied were you with that interaction? And 83% said they were satisfied. That's actually in aggregate higher than it's been since we've asked this question. And the dissatisfied number is the lowest. There was a little more intensity around the level of satisfaction back in 2019, where 48% said they're very satisfied compared to 36% now. But that hasn't been a huge change. It's one for the positive though in aggregate. Next slide, please. Speaking of those interactions, we asked the city, I know, was embarking on a bit of a website rethinking, and we asked, well, in your own words here, well, if you are going to the city's website, what type of information are you looking for? We didn't ask what would you like to do on the website per se. This question was specifically on what kind of information are you looking for? And it's a lot about, well, things I could do. Community events, programs, activities, things of that nature, where about a quarter said something along those lines. And a lot, just general updates and public works updates were in the second tier, then a whole bunch of other items were mentioned in smaller numbers. Next slide, please. And then we also did ask, and I think this is the final substantive question, well, if we're a bunch of different ways that the city can essentially communicate with its residents, how likely are you to pay attention to communications? The mustardy type bars are, yep, I definitely would pay attention to that. The yellow bars, maybe pay attention to the brown bars. I'm not going to pay. I'm just going to go in one ear or eye and out the other. So here you see a number of items where people say they'll probably pay attention to it, or definitely. I think given this, I might suggest focusing on those who say they would definitely pay attention. This is kind of one of those questions where you can have a little social desirability bias, where you might want to say, sure, I might read that, but really, let's pay attention to those who said they definitely would. And you have printed newsletters, word of mouth, text and newsletters. Those are in the high 30%. Next slide, please. Next, okay, thanks. Now looking down this a little bit further down the list here, you start to see news articles, booths, Facebook posts. Yeah, those definitely numbers are getting into the mid-low 20s range. And I think this is the kind of information that staff will probably want to parse through a little bit more as they think about some of their communications efforts in the website redesign. Next slide. So this gets to just a couple concluding slides. Next slide, please. So in a big picture takeaway, there's a lot of happy residents in Milpitas. And in a lot of those sort of 10,000 foot type of questions we asked, opinions have either stayed positive or actually gotten better. We don't have a ton of direct comparisons with the exact wording of the questions we asked in the survey. A lot of our clients last year were kind of focused more on ballot measure type surveys. But in those surveys, we still do often ask the right direction, wrong track questions. And we saw a lot of communities in the Bay Area where more residents were saying, well, my community is headed more on the wrong track, or maybe less on the right track. So I think this feels like Milpitas's residents are pretty positive, maybe compared to some of the other cities in the Bay Area here. Again, people are proud of the city. They view it safe, think it's diverse, welcoming, a lot of those types of attributes. Whether or not the city is affordable or not, well, not so much. And there's definitely concerns about housing costs and inflation. Now, slightly more people thought the city is affordable than they did a year ago, but it's still something that is a bit of an outlier given all the other positive perceptions of the city here. A little bit of a note here is that the perception that the city is growing too fast has definitely declined in the last several years. And that, from what I understand from interacting with staff, that's pretty consistent with literally the number of projects that have been ongoing and permitted. And the last bullet point here, basically people continue to feel safe in the city, similarly as they did. Last couple of times we asked about this, the only sort of distinction here is that there's a little bit of a perception that property crime has been increasing in the last year. And that was a little different from the perceptions about violent crime. So of all these things that are really generally kind of positive here, property crime perception is a little more negative, and affordability. Next slide. So when it comes to the actual impressions of the city government here, they continue to be positive as well. Frankly, they've improved some. And that's not something that I could say probably of that many other communities here. There's a lot of broad trust for where the city's headed and the city's financial management here. In terms of different types of services they really prioritize, street and road repair, emergency response, a lot of infrastructure items. Those are things that a lot of residents place a lot of value in. And so the satisfaction levels, again, pretty high. And there's been a lot of improvements there. From that slide, we had practically a dozen items that satisfaction levels have gone up 10 points. But I'm going to squint. I'm going to try to find something that you can focus on that you might want to improve. And there's a little disconnect here, sort of housing issues, unhoused, dumping, street maintenance, traffic enforcement. Those items are ones that, again, I think are probably worth putting in a little bucket and when you're doing your budget deliberations. And I think that's one of the main sort of big takeaways there. So wasn't looking at my watch. I'm sure that was well over 20 minutes, and I apologize to staff for that, but I was doing my best because there's a lot of good information in here. So I am done with my presentation and open for obviously any questions. And I'm very curious as to on the city council side, what was most surprising about these results?
Sorry, I was talking. Okay, any more? I'm going to open it up to the public now. So anyone from the public want to speak on this item? And thank you very much, Kurt Bello, for that presentation. And Charmaine. Okay, welcome, Mr. Montemayor.
Yeah, great presentations. Yeah, I live in Milpitas for since 1980. So how many is that? Long time. So the rating is exclamation point. Great. And of course, the one that are negative are really hard to control. Like house, housing affordabilities. Yeah, at least the presenter mentioned, like, I didn't want to compare. I just look at myself, but he's comparing it to other neighboring cities also, and that's true. Milpitas is up. It's a very nice place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. So is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? Is there city clerk? Suzanne, is there anyone on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now it's for council discussion, my colleagues. Let's have Councilmember Han Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kurt, for the presentation. I read through and I made notes for myself. And I am happy to see that my notes in sync with yours. And this helps us as, city council members to focus on, because we have the community members engaging in the survey. They tell us what they are pleased with, what they're happy with, what they need to improve in the city. And help me here on page 31. If I look at page 31, my assumption would be we should focus more on paving and repairing streets and roads. Am I right, Kurt?
Sorry, I had you muted. I was scrolling to page 31 in a separate window here. Yeah, I mean, I think the one that does hit that, I think, and maybe the page numbers are different. It's my slide 34, which is that line graph.
No, it's not the line graph, but
you're talking about
I have several. Yeah, I have several to point out. The other one on page 32, I have outreach to the community members to inform them about the importance city programs. And this is to staff. I don't know if we have different languages going out each and every time when we communicate with our community members. This may be something that we can improve.
Yeah.
Also on page 38, the traffic law, enforcing traffic laws to protect pedestrians and bicyclists.
Yeah, I mean, I think though, if you're looking for comments for me, like, yeah, you're hitting on a lot of the items that sort of stood out in the data on our side too. Again, these are not items where there's a lot of dissatisfaction in them. It's just that, hey, there are appreciable numbers who feel like those services could be provided a little bit better.
Again, this is where the community members address the concerns and the importance of that. So I want to thank community members who engaged in this survey this is your voice. We hear you, and we are here to work for you. And thank you, Kurt, for the report, for the presentation.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is there any other comments? Are there any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I do have one. This is on page 13, Kurt.
Yep.
You can bring that up. Okay, so I think this is the one. 3 and 5 now believe the pace of growth in Milpitas is about right. The highest share since surveying began. So I'm wondering, is that since 2019 to 2022, is that when you say the pace of growth, are you talking about housing or are you talking about commercial?
We didn't ask it in that level of detail. It's that Mayor, you're actually zoning in on an interesting question here because it is where there's been a material change. So I think you're astute to draw your attention to this one here. But we talked about it just in general. Sometimes we ask this more specifically about different sort of elements of growth and development, but this is just gut feeling. Resident is growth development too fast, too slow without getting into those distinctions.
Okay, that was why I asked you to bring this up. To me, it does make a big difference. It does. I mean, if I was to be asked that question, I would say it's about right. Well, if I was asked that question today, I would say it's about right, but I would be thinking about housing. And if I was asked that question in 2019 or earlier, I would be thinking about commercial. So, and I don't know if you know this, but we're a lot of our general plan is more housing because of the state mandates.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. So
you're not alone in that regard.
Yeah, and we need to preserve some of our commercial. We have to keep a balance. But anyway, that's another item. But that now I see where you how you asked this question. It was more generally, like you said, your gut feeling. So okay, thank you. I think that's the only one I have. Is there any other comments from my colleagues? I'm on one more last time. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Lynn.
I also make notes for myself here that maybe staff and city manager can take a look at this. Assisting new businesses with licenses and permits. That was one of the comments that a lot of people responded to. Thank you. That's all I have.
Well, thank you very much. And now I will, we've had the council discussion. So now I'm going to note, receipt and file. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You too.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kurt.
So now this is item 14. And this is the item on adopt a resolution appointing Glenn Campy as extra help public works manager. So the staff is Christian DeRenzo. Please proceed. Thank you.
Oh, and myself, Mayor Liz Brown, Interim Human Resources Director.
Oh, and I apologize. Yes, Public Works Director and Liz Brown. Thank you.
Sure thing. Good evening, Mayor, City Council staff. As you see tonight before you is a recommendation to adopt a resolution appointing Glenn Campy as extra help Public Works Manager. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution appointing Glenn Campy as extra help Public Works Manager in accordance with California Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224, and approve and authorize the city manager to execute an employment agreement with Glenn Campy. So if you have any questions, both myself and Christian DeRenzo, Public Works Director, are here to help answer those questions.
Is there any more information, or that's it for your deliberation?
That's the recommendation. If there's a little bit of a background, I can brief you on. So under the California Public Employees Reform Act, it requires a 180-day wait period after you retire before you can come back to work in a public sector agency. And this is only by exception can you come back, and per the California Public Employees Reform Act and PEARL, the Public Employees Retirement Law, you have to take the exception and a specific resolution that is prepared by CalPERS to the governing board, which is the city council. So that's what we're doing this evening. Glenn is coming back within 180 days as he retired December 31st. And we are looking to have him come back, I think it's January 18.
Okay, great. Thank you. So now I'm going to call for public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Mr. Montemayor, thank you.
Of course, we need help. Either he'll be leading the extra helps, or is that her or him, herself, be the only one, then help is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. And anyone on Zoom, City Clerk?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you for that. Now for council discussion. Are there any of my colleagues that would like to speak on this item? Vice Mayor Shua.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question to our Director, Public Works. Mr. Campi has a unique knowledge of SCADA system, according to this, and this is one of the reasons, or one of the many reasons, that we're hiring him for another 4 months. My question is, don't we have anybody else on staff that can do that job?
Vice Mayor, thank you for that question. Christian Durenzo, Director of Public Works. SCADA, Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, is a very complex series of hardware and software technology that allows for remote and automated control of industrial processes. It is not normally something that a operator would be familiar with. Glenn served in his capacity as a public works manager over utilities, the water, wastewater, and storm sewer, as a division manager, highly technical, complex, accrued a lot of experience over his 20 plus years in the industry. And we are retaining him to simply help us move forward with this very complicated multi-million-dollar project. So recruitment, as you know, takes time, will take several months in the best of circumstances, and we simply don't want to go dormant with the conclusion of the CIP.
My other question is, we knew that he'll be retiring sometime this time frame. How come we didn't do some training? How come we didn't plan for it? That's my question. It's obvious, I think it's a given. We have talented staff in that department, I would think. If we didn't prepare for it, that's why we're and you're telling me that within 4 months we can find somebody. Do you see where my frustration here? We should have given. We should have managed to train somebody to take over this. As you know, it's complicated and unique knowledge base. But my frustration is there's no somebody to step in if it's really that unique and complicated. We should have prepared for that.
Councilmember Chua, this is Elaine Marshall, the Deputy Public Works Director. I'm gonna step in here a little bit. The SCADA project has been ongoing for the past year. And while we did know that Glenn let us know officially, I think in November, that he was planning on retiring, we originally had planned to have this project completed kind of almost coinciding with his retirement. Unfortunately, we've had some project delays due to supply chain issues and other factors outside of our control. And so that's why we're asking to keep Glenn for a little bit longer so that he can help see us through the end of the implementation of the SCADA project at our water systems. We are have it implemented at most of our pump stations and facilities. We have two more water pump stations and reservoirs for it to roll out at, and then some troubleshooting.
So when the SCADA project obviously is done, that was the implementation phase, then you do the maintenance phase. Is there somebody that can maintain that system?
We do have
with the
on
knowledge that you need. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's a great question, Vice Mayor. We do have retained, this is one of the projects that NG is working with us on. And so part of their contract is a 1-year operations and maintenance. And then we will be doing staff training along the way. And then we do have contract services for staff training and looking at bringing in additional staff to support this new technology.
The bottom line really is what I'm looking for is succession planning. On that, on this year,
yes,
my frustration is it's obvious that this was not part of the succession plan. That's so I would like to make sure that we are doing some succession planning, especially in areas that are unique in terms of skills, knowledge, and experience. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Councilmember Barbadillo.
Right, I resonate Vice Mayor Chua's remarks. Where are we on the SCADA project in terms of percentage phase of it? Are we almost done? It's just
sure. Yes. Hi, Councilmember Barbadillo. Great question. As I mentioned earlier, we are, I would say, approximately 75% through implementation. As I said, we have rolled out SCADA at 2 of our water facilities, both the pump stations and the hillsides. We have implemented at 90% at our stormwater pump stations, of which we have 14. And then we have 2 water facilities left to roll out. And then once the system's commissioned, we still have troubleshooting and ongoing punch list items to fix. But we are about 75% done. We do have a second phase that we were looking at that will roll out SCADA at our pressure reducing valves. But that's a second phase. We're hoping to keep Glenn on to get us through this first phase.
right. What's the time frame, if I may ask, for this to be operationalized and ready to be transitioned to the maintenance team?
We hope to have the last 2 systems fully commissioned and operating. The goal right now is May of this year.
And Glenn has sufficient time with the 960 hours?
Yes.
All right, but yeah, as I said, I feel that this is something that we could have avoided before with training other staff. But that's just my remark on this one, and I'll decide if I'm going to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? I'll make a couple of comments. I too was, when I saw this item, I was pretty surprised. I've worked in the private sector, and I recall we used to have always a backup plan. Well, not me per se, but our management, they had cross training to ensure that if someone had left, there was someone else to carry where they left off. So I think we need to improve on that because, it's cost the city money, and we're trying to be, we're fiscally responsible in the public dollars. And so we need to be smart about preparing for the future. We, as Vice Mayor mentioned, some kind of a succession plan, because we should know that, when people reach a certain age, they're going to retire, or even, just think ahead. So I think we need to do that. And someone mentioned 4 months. So is this position for 4 months? If you can clarify that.
The contract, Mayor, goes until, or not the contract, the resolution, excuse me, goes until the end of the year, because CalPERS monitors the 960 hours per fiscal year. So it cannot exceed June 30th and cannot exceed those 960 hours by June 30th. But Deputy Public Works Director Marshall did say that she does believe it will be done or concluded.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And this position, it takes, I mean, are they certified? Are they engineers, or what does it take? I mean, is it hard to find someone that can fill that position?
Mayor, that's a great question. I will add that in anticipation of the retirement, we did go through a recruitment process for this position once and did not get a qualified applicant pool. So we're re-looking at the class specifications and hope to go out again. It does require at least a D3, which is a distribution system operator 3 level certification. I will add that as Christian said, this current incumbent, Glenn, has more than 25 years of industry experience. And so it's his knowledge, and also his knowledge of our system and our facilities that becomes so essential for us completing this project.
Right, that's institutionalized knowledge. That's very valuable. If I don't see any other hands, I'll go ahead and.
I have a question.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. My question is, why do we need to vote on this?
Oh, that Councilmember Fan, I can answer that question.
Sure.
That is a CalPERS requirement. They require anything that is an employee retiring with and coming back within 180 days. They require us to take it to open session.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Good question.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to remind my colleagues. I totally get what you're saying, and I empathize with a lot of the remarks. But the role of us as council members, there's only 2 employees that actually directly report to us. And it seems to me that this is more so a process item for that's kind of anticipated for us to move forward with. But if we want to talk about succession planning, I think our role can only be limited so much in what we can actually have influence on, because at the end of the day, it's management that makes these decisions, and I trust in the efforts of our leadership team, and I support them completely.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And yes, I do agree. It's these decisions that with management are very important, because we are the stewards of the people's money. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to accept the position. So the recommendation is adopt a resolution appointing Glenn Campy as extra help Public Works Manager in accordance with California Government Code Sections 7522.56 and 21224, and approve and authorize the city manager to execute an employment agreement with Glenn Campy.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Vice Mayor.
Thank
And
you.
City Clerk, and call the roll.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Pham,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And an aye for myself.
C9.
Now I'm going to, there was an item that was pulled from consent. It was C9. Thank you for reminding me, Vice Mayor. So we're pulling C9, and Vice Mayor, would you speak on that?
I have just maybe a couple questions for staff, and I think it's Ned who is in charge of this one, this item. Is that right?
That's correct, Vice Mayor.
Ned?
There we go. Sorry for that delay. I was being promoted as a panelist and I did not hear the question. May I ask it to be repeated?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Thomas. I just have one quick question. With the amount of almost $1 million, like $879,000 for this consulting job, how come we only have two candidates?
That's a very good question. If we could look, look at the next, I think it's the next two slides, if you could advance. We actually did have, I think it's, maybe it's the next one. Yeah, it's the second bullet from the bottom. So we circulated this through our regular RFP process. 27 firms were notified and 26 of those downloaded the documents from our website that we use for circulating RFPs. And it was very curious to me as well that we only received two full bids. I can only speculate as to the reasons. It may be the scope of the work was very large, and a lot of consulting firms now are very busy helping communities with housing elements, and they may have felt like they didn't have the capacity to take on this large of a project. I will say that even though we only received two bids, they were both excellent. If we could look at the next slide, please. I was very, and the next one after that, I was very pleased. This will give you an idea of some of the things that we were looking for in the RFP. These are the criteria for that we used. There was an in-house panel of 4 staff that reviewed the bids. So we looked at their organization as well as their background and expertise. Is noted here, similar projects, in this case is a comprehensive zoning ordinance update for a city either the same size as Milpitas or larger. Probably the most important part of the RFP is the specific management approach. This is, generally what is translated into a scope of work for the project. So we paid a lot of attention. That was heavily weighted in our review. We also look at the firms for their professional standing, and I'm happy to say that the firm that we selected, Lisa Wise Consulting, is recognized across the state of California as a leader in this specific type of work that is done with local jurisdictions. They have done dozens of zoning ordinance updates up and down the state, and including several here in the Bay Area. I always look at quality control and assurances. Different firms have different ways of doing this, and we were comfortable with the approach that Lisa Wise and Consulting suggested. And then, of course, we always look very closely at the bottom line and the timeline, and and how do they, in this case, how do they compare? So you can see at the bottom here that I went through all that because we scored all of those, and you can see that Lisa Weiss, of the two proposals that we received, Lisa Weiss scored significantly higher than the runner-up. So we did an in-person interview with them as well, and we're very comfortable in working with them on this project.
Thank you so much for that answer. One last question. Has she worked with us? Have we partnered with them before, Lisa White Consulting?
I believe they have done some work in Milpitas. It was before my time. I know that they do, as I mentioned, a lot of work up and down the state, and are currently doing some work in the Bay Area. We do have a representative from Lisa Weiss Consulting on with us, and I don't know, Ms. Murillo, if you.
There's no need.
There's no need. Okay, it's fine.
There's no need. Thank you, Director Ned. Thank you. I'm satisfied with the answers. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else, any of my other colleagues want to make any comments? I have a couple of comments since no one else is going to speak. I have a question on so this is for not to exceed the amount of $879,515. So that's almost, $1 million. So how much is it going to cost, or is that not? Can that not be discussed here?
Oh, no, that's fine. That's specifically one of the items that we look for on when we review the bids, or in this case, the proposals, and it always includes a total cost and timeline, is the amount that it will cost. If we could go back a slide or two, I would like to let you know how this is being funded right here. So this project is a CIP project, and it has been on the CIP list for a number of years. One of the reasons that it's been on for a number of years is we have been, in essence, stocking away money for this. Of interest, I think, to the council will be that there was some money left over. I don't know the exact amount. I think it was a little over 100,000 that was left over from the general plan update, and we rolled it over into this separate CIP project. You'll see that the current balance for this project 3460 is $1 million. So that was the total amount that we were working with, but we wanted to see what the firms would come up with based on their scope of work, which includes everything from a robust community outreach program to reviewing the current code, reviewing our current general plan, and just we're taking advantage of their knowledge of state and federal law, and a lot of other pieces go into that. And we add that all up, including the CEQA work, which is always a substantial component. And that the amount that we received is the $879,000. I believe their initial proposal was a little higher than that, but we have, as I'll recall, last year we did a little bit of work on some ad hoc zoning ordinance amendments, and then we have another project that's working its way through that will address some of the new zoning that comes out of the general plan. So working back and forth, once we had selected Lisa Weiss Consulting, staff worked back and forth with them to refine their scope of work and to refine the budget, and it actually reduced it a little bit. But what I wanted to get out on this slide is that the source of funding for this is the community, what's called the Community Planning Fund. There is a 5% fee that is assessed or collected for each building permit, and it goes into a large fund. This is the fund that we used to update the general plan a few years ago. It's also the fund that is used to update the zoning ordinance amendment. So anything related to community planning. Now we won't need, those are two very large ticket items, and we're using the funds that have been collected over the past decade or so. We won't need to draw from that fund for a number of years, and so fees will continue to accumulate so that when we're ready to, years 5 or 10 years from now, when we're ready to update the general plan, then that fund will be used for this too. So, and then just a little bit on the selection process, that we circulated an RFP in September of last year, and as I mentioned, we received the 2 bids, and then those bids were reviewed by purchasing in the finance department, both for compliance with our policy, the city's policies and procedures, as well as their responsiveness. And those were the two bids that we then reviewed as staff. And just really quickly, if you go to the next slide. Let's see, in the next one after that, I think there's one. Oh, and the next one after this. So I mentioned we selected Lisa Wise Consulting. And so just to give you a broad, this is a very broad overview of what we will be doing. So obviously we'll be doing a comprehensive update of the zoning ordinance and the map. And what that means is that we'll be reviewing everything. The general, under state law, where the general plan and the zoning ordinance must be consistent. You know, the zoning ordinance is really the primary implementation tool of the general plan. So we want them to work together very closely. So Lisa Wise Consulting will be looking at that aspect of the zoning ordinance. And in addition, you know, the council will bring to you in your next meeting the Milpitas Metro specific plan, and that also calls for or requires additional zoning changes. So those will be addressed as part of this effort as well. I mentioned that there will be CEQA work, environmental review work that needs to be done for this type of a project. It is a rather long timeline, 2.5 years, but it takes that long to do, you know, very careful community outreach and a very careful review of something like a zoning ordinance, which is, you know, so technical and so detailed. And then you see here the overall cost will not to exceed about $880,000. And any amendments or changes to that would, of course, come back to the council for an amendment to either the scope of work or the budget.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is, so I know that in 2008 was the last time that we did a rezoning. It was last updated in 2008. Has it been updated any time after that, or is this the last time since 2008?
Yeah, I like to describe that update in 2008 as the last major update, meaning that there was more than one aspect of the zoning ordinance that was affected. Last year, of course, the council adopted a number of what I refer to as ad hoc zoning ordinance amendments. So over the years, as issues come up, we tinker with the zoning ordinance. But the last major update, you're correct, Mayor, was done in 2008. So it's been a long time since the ordinance was, you know, looked at comprehensively. And in that time, there have been a lot of changes to state and federal law, as well as just changes in zoning practice. And actually, and frankly, there's been a lot of changes in zoning and in land uses themselves. The example I like to use is data centers. You know, the basics of our zoning ordinance was put together in 1955. So no one had conceived of something like a data center or a biotech campus and those sorts of things. So none of those uses are really addressed in a effective or specific way in our zoning ordinance. So as we update it, I think that's another, in addition to the general plan and state and local and federal law, I think the other big reason for updating the zoning ordinance is to make sure that we're, you know, up to date and following best practices in planning and zoning administration. And that will make it, hopefully that will make it easier for staff and the elected officials, as well as the development community residents, and just really streamline the process overall.
Yeah, I recall 2018, we already did a general plan. So, and we did do some type of zoning. So now this is more comprehensive because of the state laws that are coming in.
Yeah, it's taking an overall look at the zoning ordinance itself.
Are we the council going to have a say so in some of these recommendations? Because I'm pretty sure that we all believe that we can't go too far to building housing and too far to commercial. There has to be a balance. And, you know, I've been receiving some complaints from folks that we have too much housing, but I know the federal government and the state is pushing for more housing.
Yes. Part of the scope of work, it goes the development of the new zoning districts, as well as the zoning, the language in the zoning ordinance will be an iterative process where we go through several different phases. And at each phase, there will be an opportunity for us to do public outreach to the community, the residents, as well as the development community. And also we have built into the scope of work several study sessions with the council and the planning commission.
Also, if I may, Director Thomas, the purpose of the zoning ordinance update is not necessarily to change the scale of development that's allowed. It isn't intended to serve as like a specific plan or a general plan in, allowing more development per se. It is more so adjusting how the regulations are presented and some details when it comes to the form of the development, but not necessarily the scale and level of development, just to clarify.
I don't know if everyone else's screen changed in the middle of that, but I don't know if we're still connected with the chambers.
Yeah, I saw the mayor's screen freeze and then all the screens disappeared from the chambers.
Okay, well, I guess stand by and we'll see what happens. I'll see if I'm getting a text. We've been cast out.
I can hear you, Ned. This is Liz.
Yeah, I see all of the staff members.
Oh, okay.
See the directors.
We can hear each other,
Yeah.
but we're just not connected to
Did
the
all of
chamber.
you also lose? We don't see the council or the presentation anymore.
This is a job for IT.
Oh, I guess we can still be heard and seen. So I'm just going to turn off my screen until we get put back in.